All right, good morning. We'll get going here. We were a little smidge late with the technical difficulty, but I'm going to call to order the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners on Friday, November 3rd, 2023, and I'll ask Commissioner Walther to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. I'll ask the department to take the roll call.
Chairman Caviglia,
Here.
Vice Chair Rogers, Commissioner Barnes, Commissioner Booth,
Here.
Commissioner Keel, here. Commissioner McNinch, here. Commissioner Walther, here. Commissioner Wise, here. Commissioner Young.
Here.
All right, thank you. And then I'll ask the county advisory boards in attendance to announce themselves.
Worth Nelson Lander, Jim Cooney, Elko, Joe Cribs, Bertie, Jim Bush, Little.
All right, and then any county advisory boards on Zoom?
Paul Dixon, Clark.
Ryan Brown, Washoe.
That's it. Okay. All right, with that, we'll go to agenda item number 2, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comments are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So any public comment in Reno? Doesn't look like any public comment on Zoom. Okay, seeing none. We'll go to agenda item number 3. Approval of the agenda for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda for November 3rd, 2023. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. So any questions or comments on the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Any cab comment on the agenda? Seeing none. Any cab comment on Zoom? No. So any public comment on the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom? No. Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, with that, I'll move to approve the agenda as presented.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Vice Chair Rogers and Commissioner Barnes absent. Agenda item number 4, approval of the minutes for possible action. Commission minutes may be approved from the September 22nd and 23rd, 2023 meeting. And I had one comment, and I guess we can ask Dag Burkett, and it was in relation to the petition. I was just curious if we need to add in that we swore in the witnesses, just for the record.
Yes,
Okay, because I did notice that that was missing on the,
that's important. Thank you. Thanks
Okay.
for noticing that.
yeah. All right. Commissioner Wise.
Yeah, I had one thing too. It was just above item 12 when we were talking about the Wildlife Damage Management Committee going through language. It says in the second to last paragraph there, the Wildlife Damage Management Committee perfect as much as possible. And so I didn't know if that was intended to say that we would perfect it as much as possible or if there was some sort of misprint there, but it's a little unclear what the Wildlife Damage Management Committee is doing. I don't remember our intent at the time, unfortunately. So I don't know if someone can take a look at that. But.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments on the minutes? Okay, seeing none, any cab comment on the minutes? Any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment on the minutes? Okay, any public comment on Zoom? No. All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make a motion to approve the September meeting minutes as presented, but to include the modification that you suggested with swearing in the,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Did you want to include Commissioner Wise's?
Yeah. and
Okay.
Take a look at the
Okay.
perfect two. I didn't quite see it in here, but yes, that would be included.
Okay, yeah, it's just before item 12. There's no page numbers on the minutes, unfortunately, so.
Yeah, I think the page numbers got omitted. Let's go down, but. So, and then second, you agree with the amendment? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Commissioner, Vice Chair Rogers and Commissioner Barnes absent. Okay, agenda item number 5, member items, announcements and correspondence, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Janae will also be discussed. And I know we've received some correspondence regarding a decent amount from the Wine Cup Gamble Land Exchange. I think we got one email regarding the bear hunt. And then I know we got a letter from the Nevada Association of Counties in relation to a later agenda item. I think that's all I've got.
Okay. For the record, Alan Janae, we did, I just wanted to bring attention to the letter that the commission sent on the Wine Cup Gamble. But also, we received a petition for a mountain goat archery hunt, consideration of that. We received it without time to add it to this agenda, so it'll be coming to the January agenda. So other than that, I think that's all we've got. Thank you.
All right. Any additional members' items or announcements? Okay, seeing none, we'll keep rolling. Agenda
Sir?
item. Oh, go ahead.
I did want to take the opportunity, I actually thought about it earlier and then spaced it. If you'll look up, both on these screens behind us and in front of us, that is an updated logo. Slight twist in comparison to the old one. We worked with Chris Lacey, Nevada artist, to just kind of refresh that. If you'll remember, the sage grouse was a little cartoonish. And so we took the opportunity to clean these up. Those are all original images that he gave the department all rights to singularly, but we combined them into this logo. And Fisheries got the opportunity to actually turn the fish into a Lahontan cutthroat trout. The sage grouse became a much better looking sage grouse, and the sheep, just a good representative of Nevada bighorn sheep. But since it's up there, I thought I'd just call attention to it and let y'all know, but something new. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have to, I know Chris well, so I have to thank Chris. Yeah. Okay, we'll go to agenda item number 6, County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife. Member items informational. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. So any CAB items here in Reno? Seeing none, any CAB items on Zoom? Okay, seeing none, we'll keep going. Agenda item number 7, reports, informational. 7A, Department Activity Report, Secretary Janae and Division Administrators. A report will be provided on Nevada Department of Wildlife recent activities.
All right. Thank you. For the record, Alan Janae, I'll get it kicked off and then we'll pass it along. In the director's office, we participated in the most recent interim finance committee meeting and received follow-up questions from the Legislative Council Bureau and Senator Titus on the current mule deer populations and habitat concerns. And we provided a great deal of information back to her relative to the current status of our populations and the work that we're doing on behalf of those mule deer. And Much of that you'll see in an update, project update that we'll give you tomorrow. At the request of the chair, you asked for mule deer information and a mule deer project update, so we've got that for you tomorrow that'll be presented. But much of that information also helped us in responding to this LCB request. So staff in the director's office have been busy discussing the upcoming regulations and working with Gordon Darby on the best ways to integrate those changes into the department's license system. As you're aware, every time we contemplate something that touches that system, we've learned to check in with them because things that sometimes seem simple, solutions often require a great amount of time to put into that application system. So we're working with them actively, and as we contemplate proposals that the commission's looking at or committees are looking at, we're making sure to vet those with them so that we can express the true timelines on that. The director's office has also continued finalizing the purchase and updates of new offices, buildings, urban ponds, and wildlife management areas. So we're continuing to work to try to get that cold title dealt with on the remaining parcels on the Blue Diamond purchase. There's just some title issues in the past that are there that are being cleaned up. And then we are working to get into the Fallon office. We're hoping to get that kind of completed, and maybe into the new year we'll be moving folks in. So, and then finally, the Nevada Indian Commission recently adopted a tribal consultation policy for all state agencies to follow when working on projects that may have some cultural importance. The director's office has reviewed the policy and is now working to train staff on internal policies regarding appropriate tribal consultation. And with that, that's all I've got as far as the director's office. If there's any questions, I can answer those. If not, we'll pass it on to law enforcement.
Good morning, Commission. Game Warden Chief Christy Knight for the record. We'll start off with water operations. Southern Region Wardens completed the accident reconstruction from the double fatal boat accident on Lake Mead that is being turned into the DA's office. Southern Region Game Wardens detained a mentally unstable individual and completed a legal 2000 hold on her at Lake Mead. That's an involuntary commitment to a mental hospital. Land operations. The Eastern Region Game Wardens in the Eastern Region assisted Elko County in locating lost hunters. Game Warden Therese found the missing hunters and provided rides to their vehicles. A Game Warden assisted Lander County Sheriff's Office with the vehicle rollover accident in Iowa Canyon. The Battle Mountain Game Warden intercepted 2 Mexico hunters on their travel back to Oregon with 2 elk heads with brain matter still inside their heads. The warden skull capped the heads and gave them each the antlers and a citation for carrying possible CWD. The Ely Game Wardens rescued a cow elk stuck in a dirt tank. He lassoed the elk and pulled her from the mud. Game Wardens conducted a decoy operation on the 061-071 border. The operation netted 7 violations from 2 individuals in the same vehicle, one being a juvenile, one being an adult female. The violations included both shooting from the roadway, wrong unit, they had 7 tags and shot in Area 6, artificial light on big game, hunting prohibited hours, and loaded shotgun in a vehicle. Southern Region Game Wardens investigated multiple report of 2 animals harvested on 1 tag and self-reports of wrong physical characteristics. The Southern Region Lieutenant is investigating a taxidermy slap application for fictitious driver's license number and fictitious social security numbers. The Game Warden caught a Utah hunter hunting in Nevada with a Utah elk tag. The subject was cited. Game Wardens are investigating throughout the state multiple trail cameras placed on water sources. Western Region Game Wardens, a Game Warden investigated and cited a subject for hunting with a centerfire rifle during muzzleloader season only. A Game Warden is investigating a homeowner who shot a bear that wouldn't leave his property. A Game Warden is investigating dumped and abandoned vehicles at Carson Lake. And then over this past weekend, they actually did an operation on Stillwater, on the water, to contact waterfowl hunters. And most of the violations they contacted were all boating safety related, no life jackets. And they actually had to tow they had two juveniles on the vessel. Their vessel was overloaded, took on water, and they were actually hypothermic at the time. And they had to tow them back in about 30 minutes to get them back to shore. They didn't know what they were going to do if the game wardens didn't tow them back. Their motor had gone out. Excuse me. And for outreach, Southern Region Game Wardens attended National Night Out in Boulder City. Southern Region Wardens assisted with Will Beach cleanup. And in Laughlin and Reno, wardens participated in Trunk or Treat. I attended the AFWA meeting in Canada. And then Southern Region Game Warden Lieutenant Chris Walther received a Distinguished Service Award from the Laughlin Rotary Club for his work and coordination of work on the Colorado River during the summer. That's all the updates I have. I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none.
What is the current process in the number of law enforcement officers that we have in the rural areas? Is there any update on fulfilling those vacancies?
We have multiple, we actually have 5 in backgrounds currently for positions. One for Overton. The Eureka Warden is actually getting out of the academy this month. There are none for Winnemucca currently. We will open again in January. Battle Mountains filled, Tonopah's filled, Ely's filled. So Overton and Eureka are on the plate right now. Elko, there's one in the academy, or in the backgrounds right now for Elko, one for our captain's position, and one for Las Vegas.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Division Administrator, Data and Technology Services. The DATS Division is thrilled to announce that we've successfully completed the first tag transfer to the Nevada Outdoorsmen in Wheelchairs organization. This marks a heartwarming step towards inclusivity in the outdoor pursuits. The transfer tag was found its way to a deserving recipient in David, screw up this last name, Bonini, a retired law enforcement officer whose passion for the wilderness has remained undetermined despite his physical challenges. Mr. Bonini successfully harvested a beautiful horn shorter than ears pronghorn antelope. Congratulations to David Bonini and the Nevada Outdoorsmen in Wheelchairs. May this be the first of many inspiring stories to come. The hunts and licensing staff have completed the draft of the various 2024 hunt application dates for the commission regulation that will be presented to the commission in January. Staff have begun working with Gordon Darby on licensed vendor equipment replacement. We are currently planning on starting the replacement of the existing equipment for all licensed vendors starting in the beginning of the year. Gordon Darby is actively working on the implementation of the new $3 fee with the choices passed by AB 70 this year. We plan on having this in before the turkey applications in January. We are excited for a couple of new features that were released last week in our Nevada licensing storefront. Waiting periods are now in customer accounts so that you can view by species what your waiting periods are and when they expire. We also added a feature to allow customers with vessels that have been sold to update their records and actually mark their vessels to sold. Currently, they have to call in to the office to make this status change. We had 2 members of the licensing staff visit Lafayette, Louisiana for the annual AFWA CBMA conference, where they attended workshops with combinations of other states to discuss topics like teleworking, licensed vendors, duplicate storefront accounts, requests for proposals, vendor agents, recruitment, retention, and reactivation, the R3, among with other topics. In our information technology division, we are ordering all of the equipment replacement and for the computers. This will be for the staff, and we're preparing for the annual replacement cycle. Staff worked on 409 help desk tickets last month, in which they closed. And with that, I will take any questions that the commission might have.
Any questions? Don't see any. Thank you.
Chairman Cavilla, Commissioners, good morning. Chris Crookshanks for the record, Fisheries Division Administrator. With autumn in full swing, biologists statewide are furiously wrapping up their field work for the 2023 season before the snow flies. We welcome Ridge Ricketts as our new fisheries biologist in the Battle Mountain Field Office. Born and raised in Winnemucca, Mr. Ricketts served as a summertime seasonal for the Fisheries Division for multiple years and brings a strong work ethic and enthusiastic attitude to the position. From our Aquatic Invasive Species Program, AIS staff has been coordinating with Idaho Department of Agriculture concerning the recent discovery of quagga mussels in the Snake River near Twin Falls, Idaho. The infestation is located below Shoshone Falls, and mussels have not been detected in any neighboring reservoirs. The Idaho Department of Agriculture treated the infested portion of the river with chelated copper in hopes of eradicating the population before it spreads. Watercraft inspection and decontamination stations in northern Nevada wrapped up activities for the season and were fully closed by October 31st. From our fish hatcheries, hatchery personnel will soon be wrapping up an extra busy fall fish stocking period due to a backlog of fish caused by springtime flooding at the Mason Valley Hatchery. Hatchery and AIS staff recently completed a hazard analysis and critical control point planning course that was put on by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. As a result, HACCP plans are currently being drafted for all hatchery facilities with AIS, Sportfish, and Native Aquatics programs to follow suit. From our Native Aquatic Species and Sportfish program, Fisheries Division personnel participated in a Disaster Peak Ranch field tour with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Diversity Division, Western Rivers Conservancy, Habitat staff, and Division of State Lands. A number of questions regarding the upcoming land acquisition were addressed. Momentum is building for the acquisition of the Nevada portion of this property. And our Sportfish staff attended an annual In-Stream Flow Council meeting in Sacramento recently. From the Eastern region, in addition to regional sport fisheries, fall surveys were completed for Clover Valley speckled dace, Columbia spotted frogs, spring snails, Bonneville cutthroat trout, and Lahontan cutthroat trout. Columbia spotted frogs were transported to the South Fork Little Humboldt River drainage to augment an existing population there. A survey of the Ruby Lake resulted in very large numbers of largemouth bass, less than the minimum size requirement of 10 inches. Recent electrofishing suppression efforts at Cummins Lake in White Pine County resulted in the capture of several very large northern pike. Huge thank you goes out to Game, Habitat, Conservation Education staff for their assistance with many fall fisheries survey work. Eastern Region and Conservation Education staff are in initial discussions regarding a pike suppression program at Cummins Lake involving the public in 2024. From our Southern Region. Southern Region staff have participated in several media opportunities, including a German TV program documenting water challenges in Southern Nevada, an additional TV segment about the Devil's Hole pupfish. Speaking of Devil's Hole, both spring and fall counts at Devil's Hole were identical to those found in 2022. Some stability in a remarkably unstable fish population is always welcome. Additional Southern Region staff are currently in training for cave diving at Devil's Hole. A longstanding culvert blockage was recently fixed by NDOT in Oasis Valley that creates a more natural stream channel to benefit the Oasis Valley speckled dace and Amargosa toads. In cooperation with Endow Conservation Education and law enforcement staff, National Park Service, Arizona Game and Fish, and multiple volunteers, Southern Region Fisheries personnel organized and conducted a cooperative effort to clean up the fishing pier, shorelines, and underwater trash at Lake Mojave's Willow Beach. And from our Western Region, as expected, record precipitation in the past year has translated directly into benefits to fish populations. Fall gill netting and electroshocking surveys of the Truckee River, Rye Patch Reservoir, and Chimney Reservoir, among many others, have shown remarkable results in both fish size and number. Genetic rescue projects were completed on the North Fork, Little Humboldt, and Quinn River watersheds. These projects entail moving Lahontan cutthroat trout from stream to stream to increase genetic fitness and diversity. Western Region staff participated in fishing events held at Hobart Reservoir and James Kinney Pond, as well as a smallmouth bass transplant effort. We moved bass from Wall Canyon Reservoir to Chimney Reservoir.
And this effort was filmed for a future segment of PBS's Outdoor Nevada. And that's all I have. I'll be more than happy to take any questions that you have. Any questions?
Chris, you mentioned that they were treating for quagga mussels with chelated copper. So what kind of impact would that have on the environment? Is that, I mean, is it,
Chris Crookshanks, for the record, for chelated copper is very, very effective at killing anything aquatic. So there will be a section of the river where that chelated copper not only kills quagga mussels, it kills everything in that section of the river. But they're hoping that from both downstream and upstream that fisheries populations as well as other native bivalves like western ridge mussels and whatever will repopulate themselves. I got one quick question for you. As you know, Ely is near and dear to my heart. You talked about a 2024 public involvement in the pike eradication program. I guess what are your guys thinking there on that? We're working with conservation education staff right now, but we're in the initial stages of planning a big event at Cummins Lake in 2024. Basically, we've gone out there a lot of times in the past few years with an electroshocking barge and have failed to contact, large spawning northern pike. And it seems that the most effective means of contacting and removing pike at Cummins Lake is anglers out there fishing. So why don't we use anglers to help us get rid of pike out there? So we're planning a big tournament type, derby type event out there with prizes and whatnot for folks. Should be a big effort, but like I said, we're in the initial stages of that. We hope to get the whole community and businesses and everybody on board to get rid of some pike out there. And I'm sure everybody will be. And it is a pretty cool little fishery right next to Ely. So absolutely. It's important for the town, so. Absolutely. All right, any additional questions or concerns? No. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Chris Vasey, Conservation Education Chief, for the record. Going to cover our activity report, but it's going to be pretty brief because we have some more to follow today, so I'm going to try to keep it as short as possible. As far as the events, staff hosted several advanced hunter education clinics, seminars, and workshops since the last commission meeting. Topics included knife sharpening, wild game cooking, using online mapping tools, learn to shoot rifle, shotgun, muzzleloader. Several classes were also held to teach students how to hunt specific species. One successful example is a chukar hunting seminar held at Orvis with the Chukar Chasers Foundation and Burnt Creek bird dogs. Staff led off the seminar with a short talk on how to be safe with chukar hunting and other people and dogs. We'll be expanding this program in the future. Thanks to a generous donation on the outreach front, Nevada Bighorns Unlimited, we were able to reopen the Nevada Youth License Fund on October 13th. Since then, staff has been working to share information about this program with kids and families throughout the state using social media, email, and help from many partners. 2 newsletters were sent out in September to the internal employees and external partners. For context, an external newsletter was sent to a list of over 150,000 people. We are working on expanding our reach and efforts to educate and loop individuals that are interested in conserving, managing, and restoring wildlife and its habitat. Several email campaigns were also sent out which highlighted fall fishing, waterfowl, chukar season, moose in Nevada, and chronic wasting disease. The publication team continues to work with divisions striving on push out more specific publications for the public. The purpose of these publications is to inform the community on projects, high points, survey findings, among other things. Currently, we were working with the Habitat and Diversity Divisions on a new exciting publication. The up-and-coming fishing regulation publication is in the process of being updated. So if anyone has fishing stories or photos, we would love to include them in the next publication. Education, October Grab and Go kit was themed to match last year's widely popular October kit as well. This year's kit offered a different bat activity and was also very popular. Kits are offered every other month at 6 of their offices throughout the state. They are offered to families on the first come, first served basis. On the media highlights, of course, everybody's probably seen some of our social posts, but it was Bat Week, October 24th through the 31st. We went up on social media highlighting the importance of bats and Nevada bat species. Bat Week is an international campaign with a goal of celebrating bats and shedding light on how important bats are to our economy and health of our ecosystem. This concludes my report. I'm here for any questions, and Habitat is next.
Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Cavilla and fellow commissioners. Mark Freeze, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. First, on our staffing, the Habitat Division recently hired Cheyenne Azevedo for the Wildlife Staff Specialist Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team position. Cheyenne's knowledge and experience regarding sage grouse is a welcome addition. We are in the process of interviewing and hiring the Wildlife Staff Specialist position that co-leads our restoration program and the Eastern Region Supervisor position, and hope to announce filling those vacancies soon. The recruitment announcement for the new Private Land Staff Specialist was recently announced. Wildlife Staff Specialist Jasmine Kleiber recently attended the Interagency Supporting Western Conservation Leadership Development Program as a coach. This program focuses on building capacity to work on challenges facing Western conservation issues and includes representation from state wildlife agencies across 13 Western states, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Natural Resource Conservation Service, Bureau of Land Management, various government offices, and non-government organizations. Next, on a wildfire update, as of October 23rd, 353 fires consumed 10,320 acres. The York Fire west of Searchlight makes up most of the acres consumed at 9,127 acres. This is the fewest acres burned in a fire season since 1982, when 7,900 acres burned. We appreciate state and federal agency fire suppression personnel's efforts at keeping fires contained. Next, on the Restoration Rehabilitation Program, biologists across the state continue planning and implementing numerous restoration rehabilitation projects. Once accomplishments for this year are tallied, we'll be happy to come back and provide an update. Sagebrush Habitat Plan update. We are making progress on the Sagebrush Habitat Plan, which is being developed to help conserve Nevada sagebrush habitats. The goal is to provide managers and decision makers with tools that will assist with prioritization and project design at multiple spatial and temporal scales and build upon the protect, grow, and connect core habitat concepts. We recently held an NDOW presentation on October 18th and an interagency meeting on November 2nd. We'll host a public meeting in the near future and look forward to sharing the plan with the Commission. Technical review. The program has continued providing guidance on several large projects, including BLM Sage Grouse Plan revision, the Green Lake West Transmission Line Project, the BLM Solar Programmatic Environmental Impact Statement, Stagecoach Wind, and the Council on Environmental Quality's NEPA Proposed Rule Implementation Regulations Phase 2. Within the program, the Energy Review Program under Tech Review has received 48 applications for new energy projects in Nevada since January 1st. Internal to the program, NDOW Technical Review staff are working on developing a list of best management practices and design features for use during industrial development planning in accordance with Commission Policy 62. And that concludes Habitat Division's report, and I'll stand for questions.
Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I'm David Catalano, one of the Wildlife Diversity Supervisors, and I'll be providing the diversity update today. All right. In mid-October, Wildlife Diversity and Fishery staff hosted our Region 8 Wildlife Grants Manager for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for a 3-day project monitoring tour. During these visits, federal staff verified that funds are being used as described in the state wildlife grants. The tour consisted of staff showcasing work being done at the McCarran Ranch and Derby Dam, highlighting western pond turtle trapping efforts, NABAT monitoring locations, and the Lahontan cutthroat trout fish ladder. Carson Lakes was visited to discuss avian habitat and monitoring, as well as active and future small mammal trapping. On day 2, Fisheries highlighted Disaster Peak Ranch, which will be an important future acquisition for the department. During the long drive, Diversity and Fisheries biologists took the opportunity to further articulate all of the great conservation work federal funds support in the greater Winnemucca area. The tour ended on the 3rd day at the Lake Tahoe Basin, showcasing the Cave Rocks peregrine falcon nest mitigation, Spooner Lake sugar pine restoration work, the mountain beaver or Apelodontia habitat, and spotted owl work throughout the western Tahoe Basin. Staff spent a considerable amount of time organizing the tour and did an incredible job showing the results of all the passionate and hard work the department puts into managing our state wildlife. In particular, John Young, Jess Brooks, Mark Enders, Cheyenne Acevedo, Michael West, and Jenny Jeffers should be commended for this excellent work. Next, in a new approach to data collection on a threatened species of bird, the western yellow-billed cuckoo, wildlife diversity biologists deployed 6 autonomous recording units, or ARUs, in July of 2023 along the Virgin River in potential breeding habitat identified by a recent modeling effort. Cuckoos are difficult to detect as they call infrequently, respond poorly to call playback broadcasts, and are very rare in Nevada. Biologists have begun analyzing the recordings for cuckoo calls, and in addition to general presence absence, are gaining insights into diurnal activities, potential breeding, and comparing traditional survey method success with this passive survey approach. These promising results are exciting. If we can determine the ARUs can both be effective and efficient as a survey tool, we may be able to utilize this technology to determine other avian priority species of greater conservation need in the future. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has completed their 12-month findings on the western pond turtle and have proposed a threatened listing under the Endangered Species Act. This species occurs in the Truckee and Carson River watersheds in western Nevada. Wildlife diversity biologists have been studying local populations of pond turtles since 2016, and we plan to continue working with partners and monitoring and managing this species and its habitats. Now, in Eastern Region Wildlife Diversity and Conservation Education staff worked with Great Basin Bird Observatory to put on 2 Pinyon Jay workshops, one in Elko in August and one in Ely in September. These workshops were targeting relevant NDOW staff as well as citizen scientists to provide information on the bird's life history, habitat, and survey methodologies. Participants learned to collect presence and absence data using a Survey 123 digital data collection platform. And that is our update for wildlife diversity, and I can take any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Cavilla, members of the Commission. Sean Espinoza for the record, Game Division Administrator. I'll start off with our mule deer and antelope program. We have completed the first revisions for the new habitat mapping guidelines for big game species and the definitions for their use in NEPA planning and habitat improvement projects. Game Division staff continue to work with USGS field technicians on a feral horse and mule deer diet overlap study in the Granite Mountains of Washoe County. During the summer and early fall of 2023, over 25 deer and horse fecal samples were collected by staff and technicians for analysis of a vegetation and nutrient content overlap analyses. Samples were sent to USGS for final processing and analysis of the data collected. An exclusionary fence was erected by regional staff and volunteers in Hunt Unit 10013 as a mule deer enhancement project for the Washoe County team. In our bighorn sheep and mountain goat program, separate meetings with new BLM statewide wildlife lead Quinn Young and U.S. Forest Service Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest wildlife lead Chris Boatner and assistant Tony Bush to share current status of bighorn herds statewide, challenges they face, and coordination processes with them on conducting appropriate NEPA documentation for future bighorn translocations. NDOW received a favorable response on a proposed mountain goat augmentation to the East Humboldt. We initiated formal requests with BLM Tuscarora Field Office, wildlife biologists, and staff for the Cortez Mountains bighorn reintroduction. Bighorn sheep aerial surveys were conducted in units 212, 253, 262, 268, 272, 282, and 286, with improved results compared to the last year observed in most units. The two units that had lower than expected samples were the Spring Mountains, with approximately 60 sheep classified, and Lone Mountain, which was sampled twice, where 23 and 33 sheep were classified respectively. A hunt letter was sent to all Hunt Unit 212 tag holders earlier this month expressing our concern over these results. In contrast, the survey samples in the Desert Range and the Las Vegas Range were higher than expected, with approximately 70 sheep classified on both surveys. Forage and water conditions are much improved from recent years, allowing sheep to be dispersed along these ranges. In the elk and moose program, staff continue to assimilate and verify elk observations from Northwest Nevada. Exceptional precipitation and cooler temperatures experienced over the last year have provided temporary relief from long-term drought, and habitat is responding positively. Elk made the most of this year's green wave and are venturing further into Nevada from California. Over 20 elk have been reported in Washoe County since April 2023. Confirmed observations included a large group of cows, calves, and bulls near New Year Lake in Hunt Unit 011, and branch antlered bulls observed on the Sheldon National Wildlife Refuge, and yearling bulls using the foothills of Peavine Mountain north of Reno. In early October, Game Division staff requested deer hunters in eastern Nevada to submit their moose observations on a new web-based reporting form. To date, 102 observations have been submitted, with over 50 photographs corroborating the sightings. In our waterfowl and furboar program, nearly 1,100 ducks and 335 mourning doves were banded during the summer banding season at 6 locations across the state. In the upland game program, the annual chucker forecast was completed, and the calculated statewide average production value was 6.0 chicks per adult. This represented a 62% increase in production compared to the 2022 value of 3.7 chicks per adult. Game Division personnel have been engaged in numerous upland game efforts, including surveys on Elk Mountain in Hunt Unit 072 to assess the quality of habitat for ruffed grouse translocation. 9 randomly generated points within potential ruffed grouse habitat were assessed for various habitat characteristics necessary to support a population of ruffed grouse. Preliminary results indicate ample habitat to support ruffed grouse on Elk Mountain, as well as habitats on the east side of the Jarbidge Mountains. The department is working on a formal request to the state of Utah for ruffed grouse as a source stock in 2024 and 2025. In our wildlife health program, staff are investigating an outbreak of contagious ecthyma or sore mouth in the Virginia Range bighorn population. So far, 3 rams have been found dead, and we are continuing to monitor for possible spread. The source of the outbreak is unknown. Staff have also been investigating a disease outbreak on Mount Jefferson. Coughing sheep were initially reported by ewe hunters at the start of the season, and a request was sent out to ewe hunters to have their ewes swabbed. So far, 3 out of 3 animals submitted for testing have come back positive for Mycoplasma ovipneumonia, indicating we are most likely in the early stages of an outbreak. Strain typing is currently being performed. Also, game staff have met with California Department of Fish and Wildlife Genetics Lab lead and Arizona Game and Fish Department's wildlife vet to have California Department of Fish and Wildlife Genetics Lab conduct Mycoplasma ovipneumonia strain typing from bighorn samples for all 3 states and work together to map strain typing across the 3 states and collaborate on bighorn disease surveillance and herd management, knowing we have bighorn movement across state lines. And then also really quickly, I'll put a plug in for, we have 2 important vacancies in the eastern region. Area 7 and Area 10 game biologists are currently vacant, and we'll be holding interviews next week for those 2 positions. And I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? I guess hearing about Mount Jefferson's a bummer. They've tested positive for the pneumonia before, right? Is this just, do you think it's a different strain, or?
You know, I might have Mike or Nate come up and talk about that.
And that's a giant herd of sheep, so it's a bummer. Yep.
Nate LaHue, wildlife veterinarian for the record. Prior, we've had what we call ELISA positives, so we've detected antibodies in the sheep. The last capture was quite a few years ago. We never got a PCR, so we never got actual live DNA from live bacteria. It just means they had previous exposure, so we were never able to strain type that. That didn't seem to have any impact on the population and limited clinical signs that were observed. So this new outbreak, we got a lot of reports of coughing sheep, especially around that the North Summit area, and quite a high percentage in some subherds. And then with 3 out of 3 PCR positives, when you have that high of rate of positives, it generally suggests that it's a new infection that's spreading through. So that's why I believe it's a new outbreak, clinical signs, and then the number of positives. So we'll get strain typing and then see where we think it may have come from. We have some hypotheses, but I don't want to comment on that until we have results.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick question on sore mouth. So is that more of an issue during lambing for sheep? I mean, is it potentially fatal to lambs but not adults? And then is that, you guys said you couldn't necessarily tell where it came from, but is that typically a domestic interaction?
Nate LaHue, wildlife veterinarian for the record. Yeah, so typically it is a domestic interaction. Well, I won't say the interaction, but typically comes from domestics. It can be, it's a little more broad than, say, MOV. Goats, South American camelids, your alpacas, llamas can all carry it. It also is a pretty resistant virus, and so you get a lot of scab formation when animals are infected. So even those scabs, if they're transported through feed or hay movement or something like that, can move the disease. Typically, it's a pretty self-limiting disease. We do see, you'll see a spike kind of at the beginning, and then animals do tend to clear it within about a month, a few weeks to a month. Typically, you're correct in that it's more of an issue during lambing. The disease itself usually isn't fatal, but it can become fatal in lambs because ewes get lesions on their udder, lambs get lesions on their face, and so they don't want to nurse as much, and so you get that. So it was a little surprising that we had 3 ram mortalities, and we assume probably more that weren't detected. We don't know the exact reason why. One of those animals did test positive for blue tongue, so it's possible that it was immunosuppressed, and that's why it succumbed to the disease. However, we did just get out there this week and did not see a lot of evidence in the sheep that we observed over on the EP mine site of clinical disease. So we're somewhat optimistic that hopefully it's kind of running its course, but we don't know where it came from.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? All right, seeing none, thank you. guess, Alan, is that it? I just want to check. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for that. We'll go to agenda item number 7B, litigation report. Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett. A report will be provided on Nevada Department of Wildlife litigation.
So I'm just going to speak to one issue, and this was an issue that the chair brought up last time we spoke. You were asking what ad valorem, what the heck does ad valorem mean? I just looked it up. So it's Latin for according to value. So don't say I didn't share something and you didn't learn something today from our conversation. So this is the property tax issue with the purchase, excuse me, in White Pine County of the Blue Diamond properties. So we had a hearing before the State Board of Equalization, and to remind you, this was based on the purchase resulted in a $250,000 bill to the department from a deferred agricultural tax. And just to kind of give the commission an understanding of how significant this is, every time NDOW purchases property, in the escrow and in the agreement with the seller, NDOW always agrees to pay for the deferred tax bill. It's actually kind of a fair deal because the idea is NDOW is going to continue to maintain that property in agricultural deferred status. So we wouldn't accrue any agricultural tax bill because we're just going to keep the property as it was. So if, in fact, the White Pine County's position was upheld by the state tax board, that is not just $250,000 for the Department of Wildlife for this deal, it's down the road, every purchase, we're going to have this problem. So it was a significant issue. So we worked with state lands. My colleague and I learned all of the arcane statutes that relate to property taxes and prepared an appeal with the assistance of Jordan Goshert, and Caleb McAdoo was part of this group that kind of put together our appeal. And we were able to argue it 2 weeks ago, and we were successful. So the state board determined, and if I go into the legal issues, your eyes are gonna close. So basically what the state board determined, and it was inappropriately asserted. So that's a big deal because not only do we win this matter of a lot of money, right? The Department of Wildlife doesn't have $250,000 sitting around every day to pay bills. But it means future purchases, we have this precedent where the state tax board, Board of Equalization said, no, you can't apply this to the Department of Wildlife because they pay taxes in other ways. So it's a big victory. We're really happy with the victory. We're waiting for a formal written order, but it was a good team effort. Charlie Donahue and Ellery Stoller from State Lands helped us in getting this thing ready. So, yeah, happy to report good news. Other than that, no real movement on any of the other litigation pieces we're dealing with. So with that, I'd answer any questions. Thanks.
Any questions for Doug? Good. All right, seeing none, thank you. Okay, we'll go to agenda item number 7C, Wildlife Trust Fund Annual Report. Deputy Director Jordan Goshert. A report will be provided on the investment and expenditure of money in the Wildlife Trust Fund for the period of July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, pursuant to NRS 501.3585.
Good morning. Jordan Goshert for the record. In front of you, you have some support material. That is the Wildlife Trust Fund report for the period of July 1, 2022 to June 30, 2023. We received $565,867 in revenue and spent $488,002. You'll see attached to the summary is a detailed list of revenue and expenditures for the account during the time period. Donations are received from a variety of conservation organizations, industry, and private citizens, and the donations save state funds and in many instances can be used as match for federal dollars. at a rate of up to $3 for every $1. And typically, a letter stating where the funds need to be used is provided with each donation and designates the specific project or function to be spent on. That's all I have.
All right, any questions or comments? Not seeing any. All right, thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to go to number 7D, the tag allocation and application hunt committee report. Committee Chairman Cavilla. A report will be provided on the recent TAC meeting. TAC met last night, and I think we had a pretty productive meeting. There's a couple big items in TAC right now. The first one is the deferred tag regulation. I think a few years ago, we wrote an initial regulation, and then we came back and I think the initial thought was that might have been too stringent, and then I think we opened that door too much now, I think. And I think we're going to end up having to tighten that regulation back up. So the TAC committee is going to be looking at that. We also looked at, and we had a healthy discussion on that item. We also looked at the junior tag transfer possible regulation in relation to SB 311. That one also, there's a mountain of moving parts on that. So the TAC committee, I imagine that's going to be in the TAC committee for a while. That's a big one. So the TAC's going to continue to look at that. We looked at limiting the number of hunt choices made by an applicant. You know, we get to put 5 choices for every hunt we apply for. And I've heard it multiple times, people asking if we could reduce that based upon the committee's discussion. We decide we don't want to pursue that at all. That's a can of worms we don't want to open. And then we also had a discussion on breaking out the junior weapon classes. Per policy 24, when we approved that a year or so ago, we gave the department leeway in that policy on the junior hunts to break those out, the junior mule deer hunts. Instead of doing all 3 weapon classes, we could do one hunt that was basically a primitive weapon hunt. So it'd be archery and muzzleloader, and then do another hunt that is just any legal weapon. So the committee directed the department on this next season setting in this upcoming January on the alternate management units for mule deer. We're going to we asked the department to bring back hunts on the junior hunts with that weapon class broke out. And to initially start with, it'll just be on the alternate management units, and then we'll see where it goes. So that was basically it. I think it was a productive meeting. The deferred tags and junior tags is what we still have on the docket, I guess, for that committee. So I don't know if any of the other committee members, if I got it all, or I think I did. So, but that was it. But yeah, I'd invite the public to attend the TAC committee meeting. There's a lot of stuff that happens in the TAC, so. All right, with that, we'll go to agenda item number 7E, fiscal year 2023 Predator Management Report, Game Division Staff Specialist Pat Jackson. An overview will be provided on the various predator management projects that were implemented during state fiscal year 2023.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. In the past, several of these presentations, I've had some outside folks come in and elaborate on some collaborations. I did not do that today, but intend to do so in January, which I'll elaborate on a particular project. And so, anyway, here for the fiscal year 2023 Predator Management Report. So a little bit about our $3 predator fee. It's now generating over $900,000 annually, of which $14,000 is allocated to the Department of Agriculture for administrative support. The remainder is allocated through a series of public meetings in the Predator Plan, annually seen in Predator projects. It's also used for staff salary and overhead, and it does not revert back if we don't spend it. And so these are the 3 acceptable expenditures that we have followed since the 2015 legislative session, so the lethal removal of predatory wildlife, research on lethal control techniques, and then also the protection of sensitive species. And then you're probably well aware in this most recent legislative session, we saw a change in this, and so these will be the two upcoming ways that we can allocate $3 predator fee, lethal control of predatory wildlife, and then also implementing annual efforts on habitat restoration, research, and management activities to protect sensitive species. And then I want to elaborate here. We heard that this will be available for our turkey tag application. You will see the first rendition of the next predator plan at the January meeting. And so these changes will not be fully in effect until the draft predator management plan in January of 2025. So the upcoming rendition of the new predator plan will not take these two preferences into account, as the plan will more or less be approved before all the votes are in, if you will. So a little bit about fiscal year 2023 budget summary. We worked 2 years prior for the most year that we have accurate accounting for, and so we saw just over $850,000 come in 2021, abiding by that 80% mandate set in the 2015 legislative session. We had to spend $686,000, and then we this year spent just over $770,000 on lethal removal, which I'll elaborate on. That's 112% of that mandate, and then working with with Jordan, we have just over $640,000 in reserve currently in that $3 predator fee account. And so on to the projects. Project 21, greater sage grouse protection through the removal of common ravens. This is one of two projects that you'll see some outside presentations on at the January commission meeting. Yesterday was the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council meeting, where Wildlife Services State Director Mark Ono came and gave a talk on their most recent field efforts in raven removal, and then Pete Coates and one of his biologists gave some modeling presentations, and so we'll see kind of a combination of those presentations. And so Project 21 lethal, Project 41 that I'll talk about here in a little bit, non-lethal, are really melding together, and the tools that Pete Coates and his team have built have been incorporated into understanding, focusing, and quantifying raven removal efforts. And so on with Project 21, Wildlife Services removed 4,871 ravens this most recent year. That is a model take, and that does exceed our depredation permit limit of 2,500. That's been reconciled with the Fish and Wildlife Service, but I just wanted to mention that. Some of the reasons that we saw that increased take, this winter did concentrate ravens more than normal. To Mark's credit, he did a phenomenal job of getting additional field staff on the ground to perform these removal efforts. And then they also practiced some new techniques with a new miscellaneous permit, also issued by the Fish and Wildlife Service, to try to lethally remove adults from the use of calls and other attractants to bring in mated pairs and shooting. And so we do recommend continuing this project. You can see that the total spent was $165,000, and we recommend continuing this into the foreseeable future. 2201, this is the lethal removal of mountain lions in northwest Nevada to protect some small populations of recently reintroduced and augmented bighorn sheep, predominantly in 011 and 013. We mainly work with Wildlife Services, but also do use a private contractor. We can see that Wildlife Services removed 1 lion in 013 and 12 in 014, and then we had one lion removed in 012 by a private contractor. Came in under budget on this one, and 60 individuals total across 011 and 013. This one may or may not be augmented or changed in the upcoming rendition of the predator plan. So just for note. 074, similar to the aforementioned project, but with a population of Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep. No lion removal was conducted this year. The population is currently estimated at 25 animals, and we haven't had any known predation events since 2016. And then this most recent fiscal year did GPS collar for 4 bighorn, 1 ram, and 3 ewes. And then we just came in a little over budget on this, and we do I recommend continuing that pending funding and then some direction with disease. Project 37, this is the removal of mountain lions across the state for the protection of big game. We work with area game biologists and other folks on the ground to identify mountain lion issues as they are identified as limiting or potentially limiting. And then we also use this to create temporary voids of mountain lions before and during either a bighorn sheep reintroduction or an augmentation. And we work with both Wildlife Services and private contractors. And so this year we saw Wildlife Services remove one lion in 021, another one in 022, and then one in 213. And then our private contractor removed lions 6 in the Snowstorm Mountains, and all the majority of these for bighorn sheep protection. And we do recommend the continuation of this project. Came in over budget as a whole, but don't have any concerns with that. Project 38, big game protection coyotes, similar to Project 37, but allows us, the department, the ability to pivot and respond to coyote predation on pronghorn and mule deer populations. And then we really just use Wildlife Services for this particular project, predominantly aerial gunning, but then also some ground removal efforts. And then across the state, they removed 212 coyotes in 5 dens. And then we do recommend this continuing this project as well. Also came over budget, but no need for concern. Project 40 is the removal of coyotes and to a lesser degree mountain lions in Eureka County to complement some work that Eureka County did some time ago in predominantly Hunt Unit 144. And we've also GPS marked 13 does since 2017, but to my recollection, none of those are currently on air. We also, as a metric of success, look at the 3-year spring to adult ratio for this, which is currently 28 to 100. And so we work with Wildlife Services to conduct coyote and also lion removal. And this year they removed 238 coyotes in one coyote den, and we do recommend continuing this project. Project 41, this is our collaboration with the USGS. This is the first project that I've mentioned that qualifies for Pittman-Robertson funding, so it's not 100% lethal expenditures. We did not deploy any Argos transmitters on common ravens this year, but did go into the field and retrieve 5. And then depending on what time of the year, we had 12 to 20 transmitters on air. And then we really increased communication, collaboration, and implementation of various tools built from this with Wildlife Services and the USGS, predominantly their SMART tool, and we'll be elaborating on that in the January meeting, as well as sharing with what we will be doing for this upcoming raven removal season that functionally starts sometime in March and ends either in late May or early June. And so we do recommend continuing this project. Project 42 is our integrated population model for mountain lions in the state and also used to estimate harvest. Currently estimates 3,200 to 3,400 lions across the state, and we expect to see a manuscript in this next year. This year they just created a draft of that. Project 43 is the removal of mesopredators across some wildlife management areas to predominantly increase waterfowl and then also to a lesser degree turkey and pheasant nest success. And we use Wildlife Services to perform these efforts. We do recommend continuing this project, and you can see the removal across both Overton and Mason Valley areas there. Project 44, lethal removal of and monitoring of mountain lions in Area 24. This started out as just a lethal project and transitioned to where we're GPS marking lions, investigating their kill sites and removing lions that do eat bighorn sheep. We did not have a bighorn sheep consumption or mortality this year. We did GPS mark 2 lions. And then Peter Iacono, who zoomed in last year, you may recall, he had the funny New York accent. He did properly defend his thesis. The majority of his thesis funding actually came from the USGS, but that's the title of his thesis. If anybody's interested in checking that out, that's a QR code that can direct you to it. So I'm happy for him. He's now on to bigger things in the state of Montana. And so we do recommend continuing this project, monitoring for individuals, and then also looking at the impacts of mountain lions and how they consume feral horses in this part of the state. And then here's a video that I left in where we have a GPS marked lion as well as a spotted skunk consuming a horse at the same time. And at least in this particular video event, that lion doesn't seem to mind spotted skunks. Project 45 was a standalone project where we passively estimated black bears across the western front of Nevada, a series of trail cameras, as well as hair snares. That aspect of the project's over, and we have recommended continuing this just from the trail camera component. It is a collaboration with Oxford and University of Montana, predominantly the University of Montana. We have now really functionally combined this with Project 46, so most of the findings here will come from that. So in Project 46 this year, and I don't believe I have a map of the entire camera grid, but there is a grid of trail cameras and weather stations across the northwest portion of the state. And there's 275 cameras monitored where they popped and swapped batteries and cards. About 1.26 million photos were collected and are currently being analyzed. They also collected some initial data from the 35 stations. And so I'm really excited about this project because they did fully deploy both the trail cameras and the weather stations and collect some data before this most recent winter. And so we have some pre-data on how things were going before all of the precipitation. And now we have records of the precipitation and then also what wildlife populations are going to do and respond post-precipitation. So I can't present on what we've seen pre and post, but that is coming, and I'm excited to share that. And then some of the novel findings from that, from those cameras, that's probably not showing up all that well, but we do have some new black bear detections in the northwest corner. Sorry, you probably can't see that either, but that's one of the elk that were mentioned. And then we did have a confirmed sighting just east of Hallelujah Junction of a wolf that came in from California. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Any questions for Pat? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question. You mentioned on the Area 14, 13 does in January of 17 were collared. Do you have, and if you don't have it right now, that's fine. Can you get us the information of what happened to those 13 collars or 13 does?
Yes, Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. I don't know the outcome or demise or lack thereof of those individuals, but I'm happy to report out on that in January.
Any additional questions or comments? All right, so I guess I do have one. At the very, very beginning, you showed the funds we received last year, but then I think you mentioned there's like 600,000+ in reserves. And I'm assuming that's because the money, if we don't use the money, it stays in this pot, I guess you could call it. If the money that's in the, and I might not explain this well, but if the money that's in the current pot was in there pre the recent change in the legislative session and how that money's to be spent, will the reserve funds in the future be spent according to the old, how they were collected? Pre the recent change in the legislature, or will it be spent according to the new requirements?
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. So I suppose my initial thought is that decision is above my wage grade level. However, I would assume that through a series of conversations with our director's office, the Wildlife Damage Management Committee, and the commission, we would see how this upcoming predator management plan would go, and then also where the reserve amount is at as the new rules, if you will, go into effect. I know that in the past, there's been an appetite to have a fairly healthy reserve balance for a rainy day, if you will, and so, but yeah, we'll do as I'm told on that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Director Janae.
Yeah, for the record, Alan Janae, and what we'll do is we'll go back and we'll look at the accounting on that, and we can probably determine, how those funds came into that surplus and try to account for how it came to be, and then we can come back and inform the committee.
Okay, Yeah, I was just curious, so. All right, any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, Pat. All right, with that, we will go to agenda item number 7F, fiscal year 2024 and 2025 biennial big game release plan. Game Division Staff Specialist Mike Cox. The Game Division will provide a summary of proposed big game releases intended to take place during fiscal years 2024 and 2025.
Thank you, Commissioner Cavilla and members of the board. My name is Mike Cox. That shut off? Mike Cox, Bighorn and Mountain Goat Staff Specialist for NDOW. It's nice to be up here talking about a positive topic because there's been a lot of badness with our Bighorn sheep herds. Maybe just a little bit of a background to get everybody up to speed on the status of our Bighorn sheep herds. We peaked in 2019, about 12,500. We were really excited about that. Our desert bighorn herds had exceeded 10,000, but primarily pneumonia events scattered across the state have struck hard on so many herds, primarily our desert bighorn sheep herds. We're down, our estimate this year is 9,000 sheep statewide, almost 30% decline. And yeah, it's licking my wounds, trying to figure out how we got into this situation. And we had a goal before me and during my tenure of creating connectivity, and as we put and reintroduce sheep across the landscape. Unfortunately, and many of us have been involved in enhancing connectivity for other ungulates. Increasing connectivity with an ungulate that has a disease in the system is not a good thing. And so many of these disease events and many of the losses that we've had have really primarily been bighorn to bighorn interaction. Ultimately, probably the source of many of those pathogens were domestic sheep years ago, decades ago, but like the Mount Jefferson one, we'll be interested to hear what the strain type is. We've had continued GPS collaring of rams throughout the state for multiple purposes, and but just through the strain typing, we know animals had to go from point A to point B, some of them over 100 miles, across valleys. And we've had some recent ram movements that confirm why and how we got some of these mycoplasma strains across the landscape. It's sometimes easy to stay in the cave and not doing anything and just weather the storm, but I've been holding several meetings with our biologists, getting them excited, getting me excited about getting back into bighorn restoration efforts. But it all intertwines. Many of the releases that we've done in the past were pretty simple, but now we have to be cognizant of these pathogens on the landscape and potential connectivity in the near future, in the far future, and there's a lot more complexities that you're going to hear about today and probably in the next year or so. But we're definitely wanting to move forward, even with the darkness, this cloud that's hanging over us, but there are still plenty of opportunities to restore bighorn sheep and help them get back on track in places where they've taken a nosedive. So today, I want to just start with a few proposed translocations and kind of explain what each of these are going to be entailing, and really hope to come back in January to get your approval for these. And I definitely want questions, so don't be bashful to fire them away. So I'm going to start with the Cortez Mountains. They're in Eureka County, southeast of Battle Mountain, east of the Shoshone Range. It's in Unit 141, and we've been actually looking at this for several years. We brought this to the commission, in fact, back in 2008, and we had some political issues, but hopefully we can overcome those currently. Great chunk of habitat, and as with many of our herds, it was extirpated back in the early 1900s and hasn't seen a bighorn since. Certainly, it ranks fairly high among many of our potential unoccupied habitats in the state. So we do have some issues, as you'll see with many of the others, that we still need to address. This particular one, we need to reach out to Nevada Gold and one of the primary ranchers in the area with a lot of private land. A lot of it's checkerboard with Tamaras, and just make sure that we're all on the same page of any future decisions they may have with domestic sheep that they may bring onto their property. And so I'm hoping that we'll get positive feedback from both of them, and we can proceed with that. It would be desert bighorn sheep reintroduction south of Interstate 80, and we're currently looking at multiple source populations for that translocation. We were one of the herds was Mount Jefferson, being a high elevation herd, but we will probably take that off the table for now. That's still a tough one to get my head around. But one that is, we're probably going to hear more about the use of the muddies. They're currently our only clean herd in the state in terms of Mycoplasma ovipneumoniae, and they're still doing well. So we've also done 2 separate summer captures in the last few years. And so I think I've always wanted to continue to move our desert sheep north, and by giving them that opportunity to several months to figure things out in their new home, their higher elevation, their new climate, place that has predators, I think they would do well. Again, Mount Jefferson, they originated from the River Mountains, and it was a drop net in July. And they were released at 7,000 feet, twice the elevation they ever knew in the River Mountains. And they flourished. They never missed a beat. So desert bighorn sheep are very adaptive, and and I think they can do well. The one thing we have to be cognizant of is and you'll see later, if we have mycoplasma in the neighborhood, whether it's herds that have just fallen prey or they've recovered, we've got to be cognizant of that strain type. And we're probably going to be wanting to use animals that have been exposed to that same strain type if there's a potential for them to come in contact with those neighboring herds. Cortez, pretty much isolated, very isolated actually from the nearest bighorn herd, which probably would be the Tobins, over 100 miles away. So anyway, we've got, and I'm pretty confident that there's probably not going to be a future bighorn release without predator management. And so in this case, we would be out on the ground prior to at least Wildlife Services and potentially our contractor, depending on whether we have wilderness issues or not, out there looking at primarily mountain lion distribution, having our eyes wide open on alternative prey. What's the mule deer population doing in that same area? And then we definitely will be probably radio collaring majority, if not all, of the adults. So we'll have really good information for those to help us see what's happening in terms of their mortality and their movements. Something that we haven't done in the past a lot, but we just had some meetings. In fact, just yesterday, another good round table discussion about some of our translocations and added efforts we're gonna have to make that sometimes we didn't in the past is if they start going on a walkabout, so we have a ram going on a foray, which is not uncommon, checking things out. We're probably going to have to set a predetermined distance, direction of will we allow that animal to continue or pioneer or not, or to euthanize that animal. And that's where not only us, but so many of the other states have gotten into trouble of not defining that boundary, if you will. So again, it's a more complicated world than when I started and sprinkling sheep across the landscape. You want me to I'm just going to go through all of them and then you can ask, or do you want to ask questions on each?
No, I think you could go through all of them, Mike, and then we can ask
Okay.
questions. Yep.
All right. The next one is the Montana Mountains. Montana Mountains had a really great history. They were originally reintroduced in 1991. Those were California bighorn sheep near the Oregon border. We ended up having that herd give us 18 years of ram hunting and several source populations where we captured animals from the Montanas for translocation stock. And many of you may have remembered, it's still leaves a scar on many of us that dealt with it. Pretty severe die-off in 2014 and 15. And we ended up lethally removing the remaining survivors of concern for the potential spread of that mycoplasma strain. And it likely was the result of a novel strain that came from domestic sheep down in Kings River Valley. John Oligary had brought his sheep up to the center pivots. That particular year, Humboldt River basically ran dry, and there was no alfalfa for his wintering sheep that he typically keeps down in Buena Vista Valley. So he had struck a deal with the alfalfa growers, brought his entire flock up, including his ewes and estrus. And within the next 3-4 weeks, we had a disease event. And there's only about a mile and a half separation with some of the more eastern center pivots in the valley. So I've had a really good relationship with John ever since. I talk with him every year. And since then, he's only brought his lambs up, his withers, that majority of them will go to slaughter. The others will go back into the flock to replace the older ewes. He's really a great operator, and he's done everything he can to make sure that those animals are secured. His current practice is they've got an electric fence around the sheep at all times. He's got a herder out there 24/7. He's got his Pyrenees dogs out there keeping the sheep in and keeping other things out. So we've been talking the last couple of years, both internally and with John, of the potential for reintroducing sheep to the Montanas. So this is all about risk and reward. There's a balance, but it can be kind of shifty to appreciate. So in this particular case, there's definite risk. I asked John if he'd be willing to find another spot for his domestics, and he said, no, I got a great deal, and he does. The alfalfa wool growers, they love it. They clean up the fields, and he gets pretty reasonable priced feed for his lambs. I asked if he'd be willing to sign a cooperative agreement, basically just saying that he's going to continue to do the things that he's going to do. And he wrote back a real nice letter saying, I can't sign a cooperative agreement. And I respect that. His word means more than his signature. And I trust that. But so it's a situation that I'll ask you to ponder. We've talked a lot about it internally. And to put things in perspective, talked about a lot of the badness that's happening statewide. A lot of these disease events just come out of nowhere. We don't know what the source is, whether that's the CE outbreak in the Virginia range, Mount Jefferson, we might find out where it came from. But so many times it's just an unknown, it's a ghost. And so in this case, we have this threat, we have this risk. We know about it. We know when he comes in with his sheep. We know it's front and center. It's right in front of us. We know that he's going to do everything he can to keep those domestics in bay. And we know when he leaves. And so, would I rather have a risk that I know exactly when and where it's going to happen, or one that I don't have a clue when it's going to come blindside us? So I think that's something important to consider. we've talked about fencing, additional fencing. Certainly, if we were to ever do this, we'd want agency people, volunteers out there helping us make sure that nobody's coming off the mountain down into the domestic sheep, and that that the domestic sheep continue to be behind that electric fence. So that one is that's an interesting one, and needs a bit more thought to it. And again, I'd be curious to hear what your thoughts are. As with the others, we definitely would make sure we do pre-surveys for mountain lion, and continue that for the first 3 years of that reintroduction. And just one more thing. The double H's was one of the reasons we depopulated the remaining survivors in the Montanas, because it's just within a few miles of the Montanas. That herd is doing quite well. It's just a southern extension of that rim above Kings River Valley. They're within 2 miles and have been of those domestic sheep grazing in Kings River Valley ever since John came up there. So that continues to be a risk. And I could bore you or frighten you with so many other risks that we have today with so many of our herds, that we just hope that we can maintain separation. The next one is, I think, exciting. It's mountain goats, East Humboldt Range. Little background, 1981 was the initial release from mountain goats from the Cascades in the state of Washington. And in that release, even though we had 12 animals initially, there was only 8 that survived beyond the capture-related mortalities that occurred. And as with the rubies, they flourished. Then in 2009, we had the bighorn die-off, which also unfortunately hit our mountain goats. The rubies recovered really well. Their population is up, we estimate about 240, but the East Humboldts have been struggling. And primarily because there was a chronic shedder, probably a nanny, that was persistent in the herd, and we had consistently low kid survival for the better part of a decade, where that population was probably around 120 prior to the die-off, and got as low as 40 animals in the East Humboldts. And so we started actually a test and remove on the mountain goats there, but I think Mother Nature beat us to it, and that last remaining chronic shedder nanny probably died of old age at 12, 14 years of age. So that was a couple years ago. We've seen good kid recruitment, but we definitely feel there's been a bottleneck of the genetics of getting that low. But I think one of the other big challenges is we've got geriatric age structure to the nannies because we had no recruitment essentially over the last decade, just onesies and twosies. And so we're potentially going to lose the majority of those nannies in the next couple of years. They're 10 years plus, most of them. And so we would like to augment that herd and help it get back to a viable population level. The last one today is an augmentation that we're considering in the Stillwater Range. One that probably has a similar situation to many other herds. Fell prey to a pneumonia event back in 2019, right after we gave sheep to Utah. They were clean, though. Every one of them was tested. But probably lost 30 to 40% of the adults. And we're starting to see recovery in portions of the Stillwaters, as we are some of the adjacent herds, Clan Alpines, and the Tobins that also fell prey to the same mycoplasma strain that went across the landscape. We've had a lot of discussion, including a bunch of good dialogue just yesterday about what do we do with some of these herds that, and we've had herds that have lost 80% of their adults recently. And which one's worse? Well, you'd say, well, that 80%, but, Nate was talking to us yesterday about when you have that many lost, you probably have the opportunity to lose a lot of potential chronic shedders. So initially it's bad, but potentially the recovery could be better versus you lose less than 50% and you have more chronic shedders, depending on the dynamics of the herds. But in the Stillwaters, as many of you know, it's you're talking about 70, 80 miles of a mountain range. We got several subherds that are scattered from south to north. And we still think we may have something happening in the middle portion of the herd that we want to address, whether it's going to be a pseudo test and remove or what. But one of the things that our field biologist, Jason Salisbury, knows is we've had pretty high level of predation on that herd throughout the last several years, but the population's been so high, it can withstand that. And now that we have 30, 40% less, they could struggle to recover, even with the pneumonia being eliminated from the herd. And so we've been kicking around, would we want to augment a particular subherd where we're fairly confident that there's no more chronic shedders based on lamb recruitment to get it back to a level that it can sustain lion predation. So it's somewhat of an experiment. Again, we would definitely look at the current predation rates and have the Assistance of Wildlife Services to work out there and give whatever augmentation we may have a chance to help that herd get back on its feet. So with that, I'll take any and all questions.
All right, questions for Mike? Go ahead.
I just want to verify the risk of disease between the domestic sheep and the California bighorn. I'm not familiar with the ungulates in that way, so is that a risk?
Yes, we know actually from our own experience through sampling some of the domestic sheep flocks in the state that you're going to have over 30% of the adults are going to be actively shedding this Mycoplasma ovipneumoniae, which is less than many flocks elsewhere because of the animal husbandry many of the wool growers have in the state. But we've had, luck sometimes with having a single animal. Like in the Shawavis, we had a ewe left behind and hanging out with rams all winter, and she was negative. She was not actively shedding. We got lucky, but it's a high probability that if an animal came back down and it made nose-to-nose contact with those lambs, that we could have transmission. Yeah.
Okay. And that leads to some of the volunteer requirements potentially for monitoring that population, right? So what is the time period that the domestic sheep are usually in that area that it would require additional support to kind of monitor that situation?
Yeah, I wish they were only there for a couple weeks, but John typically has them there for 2 to 3 months. So he probably just showed up early November, and then he'll pull out sometime in January with his lambs.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, you'd mentioned, so is one of the strategies going to be to try to keep these pioneering sheep, to actually just remove them and try to keep these isolated? Has that been something that the department's done historically, or is that someplace that you're heading? You kind of implied that might be a more aggressive approach to that.
Yeah, some of you may remember Mike Podborny. He was a biologist forever out of Eureka, and I still hear him talking on the phone with me. Hey, we just had animals from the newly translocated Desert Bighorn effort go on a walkabout. What do you want me to do about it? And all of us just like, well, we'll just see how it goes. But it ended up not being a good thing. We probably should have took action. And I think we need to be more aggressive, unfortunately. And I think we make those decisions up front. We assess all the landscape around there. But like in the case of the Montanas, that's going to have to be just death. If there's animals that would have been seen even nearby, I think we have to be pretty assertive on that. But I think with more of our translocations that I'm going to bring forth, you're going to hear more about. We're going to have a plan, and again, what direction, how far. We're going to know all the risks associated in the neighborhood, and we'll probably have a game plan on removing, or if there is something in the neighborhood that we actually are planning to reintroduce sheep to, we allow them to stay there. But I think it's a new day, and we have to be more aggressive in preventing those walkabouts from boomeranging back to us. As I say, bringing back their dirty laundry to the herd.
So, Mike, these disease events, I mean, the domestic sheep, and they're not impacted like the wild sheep are, I guess, huh? They don't have the die-offs that the wild sheep do.
Yeah, they've probably been exposed to mycoplasma for 800 to 1,000 years in Europe, and just like so many of the other things, whether it's in animals or humans, we build that immunity to it, and it does have slight effects on lambs. They have shown in research that domestic lambs can have reduced weight, but they rarely die. Yeah. And evolution is going to have to take like a couple thousand years for that to happen in bighorn sheep.
Okay, that was my next question.
Yeah.
Is there anything the bighorn sheep don't get?
Well, you look at where they live, and they live in the nastiest places. But if you look at them cross-eyed, they seem like they die. And I love them to death, no pun intended. But they have created a lot of challenges for all of us west-wide. Texas, they were so proud of their sheep populations, and they would always look at us like, man, I'm glad I don't have to deal with your disease issues. And then a couple years ago, they got mycoplasma, and they're licking their wounds. I think, we've talked about what can we do with domestic sheep to make them less deadly to our bighorn. And Nate and I have talked a lot about it. There's actually been eradication of mycoplasma in swine, but there's millions and millions of dollars in cattle and swine. There's not enough money in the domestic sheep world to put into research to find a vaccine to eliminate that. But maybe there's some other things we can look at. But the bottom line today is still separation. That's the best tool. It's very archaic, but it's the one that we are going to continue to use, is keep them separated.
Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the presentation, Mike. Just a quick question, or a statement, then a question on the Montana. I would love to see California bighorns back in the Montanas. That was one of the, if not the best herd in the state for 18 years or however long it was. So I would personally like to see him back there. It is, like you said, a cost, risk, benefit analysis situation. Kind of the question as I heard is, let's say you make the decision, or the commission makes the decision, it's too risky. Again, I would like to see him, but let's say that goes. Is there another area, suitable habitat that doesn't have California bighorns that would be kind of top of your list, or is this kind of the premier one that we have left that obviously we removed them after the 2014-15 event?
That's a good question, Commissioner Young. We are definitely looking at other sites for California bighorn sheep. We've got the test and remove that we hope, cross our fingers, in the next 12 months that we can have the Santa Rosas and the snowstorms be clean, and we definitely would be wanting to augment them. And there's some other mountain ranges nearby that if we can get them clean, then we feel like these other places might be able to be opened. And but it's not ready yet, so there's still probably chronic shedders out there. So yeah, there's some other augmentation opportunities in Washoe and Humboldt County, but certainly the Montanas being vacant is one that we'd love to do, but we probably wouldn't take, if we had some, and we're looking at source, actually, we're dreaming, and we're looking at source stock already, even before we made the decision, just because we've always got to look at that, because it might take a couple years to get the source stock. But yeah, I don't think there would be anything that we could alternate in and say, hey, let's move these sheep here instead of the Montanas.
That is the kind of the premier area right now that we have available.
With
that, it's vacant. There's nothing there.
Vacant with risks. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Mike,
what are your thoughts, or do you have any concerns on the Stillwater release with the horse population over there? You know, the sheep population's down 30-40%. I'm guessing the horse population is up 30-40% since we did that gather in 2018 for the Utah reintroduction. But, you know, are there concerns, especially that north area up there by Grayson? And what are your thoughts around the horses?
Yes, I could talk all day about horses, Commissioner Keel. I know they're going to be gathering in the Clan Alpines next week, and the Stillwaters is on the docket. And we've actually been talking about it, that I think with whether it's Pat's work and other researchers, our own experiences, we know that horses are alternative prey for mountain lions. And when you remove 1,500 to 2,000 horses, which will probably be the case in a couple years, when they work the East Range and the Stillwaters, you're going to remove a lot of prey from those mountain lions. And I think that could, depending on the status of the recovery of the Stillwaters, could have an impact on the bighorn there. But I think, yeah, in a perfect world, we love to have those horses down to AML in the Stillwaters and the East Range and allow our bighorn to recover. But I still think that with the horse numbers the way they are, we still could help those sheep get above that level, that threshold to overcome the mountain lion predation. But certainly, we've got to have our eyes wide open. Anytime there's, and it's happened already in other parts of the state where we've had big horse removals to get things down from 1,000% over AML to only 200% over AML. Sorry, I didn't quite answer your question.
No, that was, I was just, it's kind of a double-edged sword when you got to remove those horses out. You know, they're either competing for habitat, but like you say, there is that alternative side where that prey basis could shift, you know, so.
Yeah.
Predator removal prior to the reintroduction would be key for sure.
Agreed.
Additional questions or comments? I have a few, like always, Mike, so. On the Cortez Mountain one, initially you stated the department had looked at this previously, but there were some political pitfalls, I guess, that you're hoping to get around. What are those pitfalls?
Well, I think there was some misinformation that was kind of thrown out there by some individuals, and I don't think that's going to happen again. There was just a lot of misinformation that didn't have any factual basis. So I talked to Scott Roberts and our new biologist, Josh Kirk, that's his area. And I told him that, yeah, we definitely need to sit down with the primary landowners. And I still have the memo that Mike Podborny wrote in 2008, trying to listen to and address questions from some of the permittees that were fearful of, bighorn eating all their grass for their cattle, and it's that's just not going to happen. But I think it's a new day, and I think there's more reasonable heads out there, and so I think we're going to be successful getting to appreciate the benefits and very, very little downside of restoring bighorn there.
Okay. And then, so then we'll, on the Montanas, I guess, and just kind of, this is kind of my, just voicing my concerns more so than a question, but, you know, I think we had the die-off in 2014, 15 when the sheep got brought in there. And, you know, we want to put these other sheep back in there with that same, that is it is a little concerning that, you know, I understand having the volunteers and staff out there, but, you know, you're talking 3 months. You can't have a person sitting there every day, right? So there's a big risk there for that. And I'm not necessarily saying I'm against it, but it's obviously a little concerning.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm on the fence. And it's a risk. But, you know, I think about all the badness that's happened to us. And again, thinking about a lot of those die-offs, a lot of those disease events have been from places of unknown. And I think if we want more bighorn sheep, we're going to have more costs involved. I wish it wasn't at the level of this risk. But, you know, we've had herds, well, in the case of the Montanas, you know, 18 years of great bighorn opportunities for everyone. I'm just going to give you an example. We were in a meeting 2 days ago. Cooper Munson and John Ivanek had to go up. We met with Mike Stewart, super great guy, just salt of the earth. He has organic alfalfa in Negro Creek within a couple miles of the remaining bighorn sheep that are living above those fields. And for 7 years, he's been bringing 2,000 domestic sheep onto those fields. We only knew about it 3 years ago. It's not what I want. It's not what anyone wants. But we've been talking to the permittee, the wool grower, a lot about it, and Mike is committed to make sure that we do everything we can to keep them at bay, behind electric fences, with a herder every day, having people out there. And we've been lucky. But yeah, what do we do with that? Do we throw the towel in and say we're going to depopulate and just, or we're going to do everything we can to keep them healthy? And I get where some people are at, even me, that we don't need to make any more of those, maybe, but pine forest. The Dufferinas have had their sheep at the base of the pine forest for decades. And we've never had a die-off there. So it's not like we've never had a threat like this, but it's a little close. And I totally get if people are uncomfortable about it. And, you know, we've thought about whether it's an exclusionary fence, a series of additional electric fences that can be put up. But yeah, John is going to be in the business for a while, and I don't see him ending that relationship. So it's a good one to get out there and to get everybody to appreciate it, and whatever decisions you make, we'll accept.
Okay. And just a quick question on the mountain goats. Is the intended source stock for that one going to be the rubies? Is that the plan, or?
No, I communicate a lot with my counterparts, and Utah actually would love to help us. They've got a population on Beaver Mountain. They already have nanny hunts. They've been using it as source stock. We we definitely want to make sure that we know their pathogen profile. But speaking with the Forest Service, as you may have heard earlier, as long as I can find the original EA, which I think is in some paper files that I've been keeping in my office from that have been in there for 40 years. They didn't see that there would be an issue if we made the release on the forest. And if somehow we get crosswise with them, we could probably, we've got that big chunk of Pole Canyon that could be a release site. But so that would be I think they would be a good release complement, that Beaver Mountain population.
Okay. And then my last question on the Stillwaters. So we still, from what I understand, we still know that there's some MOV in the range. So the source stock on that, would you be looking for, and I think you mentioned it earlier, for a herd that has been exposed to, it wouldn't be like muddy sheep getting dumped into the Stillwaters, it'd be a herd that was exposed to the MOV before?
Yeah, we definitely do not want to take a naive population and dump them into, even if the population, you never can say it's completely clean. It's amazing how this stuff persists. So, yeah, which adds complexities. Jason has some herds that are doing pretty well that have been exposed to the same Fairview Slate strain of Mycoplasma. So we would consider that, but I do think we need to go back to and do more homework. In fact, he was in our meeting just yesterday, and he said the north and the south Stillwaters had good lamb recruitment numbers this year, similar to what's been happening with the Tobins, which is on a really good road to recovery from its disease outbreak 3 years ago. But that middle portion of the Stillwaters, I think we're going to have to do some capturing and testing of animals in there. So even though the ewe nursery groups do not likely interact between all these major suburbs, the south, the middle, and the north, we know the rams make those circuits. And that's likely how we got the Mycoplasma, which started on the south end of the Stillwaters and made it all the way to the East Range. So I think we need to do more work if we were to augment the Stillwaters. Yeah.
Okay. And then just for clarification, this isn't an action item or anything. This is basically kind of a draft. You'll bring this back to the commission?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And we may bring others back with it. Again, we're having some great dialogue with the biologists in the regions. We're excited. It may take a couple years for the work that Caleb did in helping make those conversions through the retirement of Gary Sprouse and Grayson Uvalde's operations. But yeah, we've got our eye out on the Golden Gates and the Worthingtons and the Siemens. And so let the ink dry on that, and you may see that coming in the near future.
All right, any additional questions for Mike? I think that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner
Mike.
Caviglia.
Yeah. How about we take a quick bathroom break? And then we'll come back here at 11 o'clock and get going again. All right, if everybody wants to head back to their seat, we'll get going again. We're going to get rolling again. We'll go to agenda item number 7G, Mule Deer Enhancement Program Oversight Committee, Commissioner Kill, Game Division Administrator Sean Espinoza, and Habitat Division Administrator Mark Fries. The report will be provided on the status of the Mule Deer Enhancement Program projects and future goals and directions for the program.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So the committee met this past Wednesday, and I'll keep this brief because we're actually going to cover in detail some of what we talked about in agenda item, I think 17 tomorrow on the project updates. And then also in the next agenda meeting, Commission Policy 23, we'll have some discussion about what we talked about in this past meeting, but we reviewed a handful of new projects. Most of them were habitat-based. There were a couple investigation projects in terms of collaring that we reviewed, and there was also one new predator project for areas 021 and 022. All the projects looked really good. One change that we're potentially looking to make is just in terms of the structure. You know, we started off with, I think it was 14 subcommittees, which was really taxing for those groups to be able to get together with everything else that's going on and, you know, come to an agreement, even to get a quorum in some instances. So what we're looking to do is pare that down to probably 7 units or 7 subcommittee groups rather, which I think is going to greatly improve the efficiency of, you know, how these projects get put forth. So with that, I know Mr. Espinoza and Mr. Fries have a quick update on some of the actual specific projects, so I'll turn it over to them.
Yeah. Oops. Speak up. Thank you, Committee Chairman Kyle, for that. I'll expand on that a little bit. Game Division Administrator Sean Espinoza, for the record. And then I'll get into some of the changes, at least that we're proposing to make the program potentially run a little bit more efficiently. But for 2021, I'll just go through some of those projects relatively quickly. We had 9 habitat improvement projects. 4 of those were actually completed. 3 are still in progress, and 2 are awaiting implementation. We also had 9 habitat improvement projects that are still on the bench, waiting for things like NEPA clearances and so forth. We had 7 investigation projects that are ongoing. 1 in Area 1, Mule Deer Collaring Project. So that's in northern Washoe County. 1 in Hunt Unit 065, a 192 public messaging campaign that sort of revolves around the foothills there in, around Jacks Valley. That is an important wintering area for mule deer coming out of the Carson Front. Hunt Unit 081 Tooth Collection and Hunt Unit 081 Radio Collaring Project. And then a fairly newer project that has continued to expand along the Maury Bench in Hunt Unit 16. And then Hunt Units 041 and 042, we have a marking project ongoing there in Pershing County as well. 2 predator control projects, with most of the work being conducted in 011 through 013, 014, and 015. And then also a coyote lion removal project in Lincoln County in area 22, 23, and 24. During 2022, there were 11 habitat improvement projects that were proposed. 5 projects are in progress, 4 still awaiting implementation, with another 11 projects that are on the bench awaiting implementation. We had 5 investigations. Some of them are continuations of those that I previously mentioned for 2021. We had a new project in 2022, Area 12, in the Cherry Creek Range, marking project there, Area 13 in White Pine County, and Area 22 in White Pine County as well. And then in 2023, there were 7 proposed projects, 2 of which are brand new projects, and another 5 are in various phases. So they're kind of projects that are expansions of existing projects with new phases, whether it be pinyon juniper removal or spring restoration, and then the 1 new investigation. So that's more or less kind of a synopsis of the projects going on currently. And then Casey mentioned the kind of the new outlay. What we'd like to do is kind of consolidate those groups into either 5 or 7 groups, and then potentially have a coordinator or a designated facilitator for either each or a subset of each one of those groups to kind of keep things moving a little bit more smoothly. We sort of saw that with Greater Sage Grouse conservation effort as well. Unless you had somebody that was a kind of a specific champion for that effort, it was difficult for staff to continually, keep that train on the tracks. So if we had somebody specifically designated for that, we'll have to probably seek some outside funding or maybe identify some Pittman-Robertson funding specifically for that, working with Cooperative Extension or a facilitation group like that. So I think that will help create a little bit more efficiency in the program. And with that, I'll take any questions or hand it over to Mark if he has anything else to add.
Any questions for Sean? I don't see any. Got anything to add, Mark, or no? All right. Commissioner Keel, you good? All right, thank you. All right, with that, we will go to agenda item number 8, Commission Policy 23, Predation Management, 4th reading. Administrative Procedure Regulations and Policy Committee Chairman David McNitch and Management Analyst Kaylee Musso. The commission will review Commission Policy 23 and may make any necessary changes and may decide to repeal, revise, or adopt the policy, and this is an action item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, long process, but I think we're here. So, at the last commission meeting, we had discussed the changes that were made from the legislature. We had to kind of take a different fork in the road and really redo the policy from what it historically has been. So, where we're putting in the check boxes for money to go to lethal removal or to other activities. So, this won't happen until 2025, but our policy reflects those changes. At the last commission meeting, we'd asked that the department go back and remove any language pertinent to research, management, wildlife habitat type stuff, non-lethal type stuff, because this P23 will be predominantly for lethal removal of predators. So we asked them to kind of, finish up the removal of certain language. Also asked the department to incorporate concept of using a matrix to kind of rank projects that were brought for lethal removal. And we asked for language to be reinserted. We'd kind of been back and forth regarding a little more specific detail on the summary work. All that's been done. We don't have a matrix in the policy itself, but it's very similar to what occurs with the Heritage Program. We don't have that matrix in our stuff there either. So I think that everything's very consistent from that standpoint, and I think that as we see these projects come forward, we'll see them ranked, and if we have questions, we can ask them like we have with the Heritage stuff. So I'll let Kaylee take it from here, and I appreciate the work that you've done again. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Kaylee Musso for the record. I put in the memo that was available also to the public just a summary of changes that have occurred from the 2016 version. This is the fourth time the commission is seeing this policy now, so a lot of it should just be common knowledge for you guys, but I know that a cover page was requested at the last meeting, so I kind of did that in my memo, so it has a list of the changes from the 2016 version, and then also changes that I noted at our September commission meeting are listed, and then any other changes that occurred that we didn't make you guys aware of in September are noted in blue and red on the policy. Those are specific to the decision matrix, and then just clarifying that process in which these activities will be reviewed through the Habitat Conservation Framework portal. So I'm available for any questions if you guys have any.
All right, any commission questions or comment on policy 23? Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. This might be a question for either Mr. Scott or Mr. Janae. I know in the mule deer enhancement, we had talked about now that we have the two different check boxes where that money would go to, if the habitat portion, if some of that could be directed towards mule deer enhancement projects specifically. But now that policy 23 has removed all the non-lethal type stuff, I don't envision this the spot to specifically call that out.
For the record, Alan Janae, I did take a look at this draft of policy based off of your comments the other night at the MDP meeting. And in the purpose, we do have a section that calls out that section B. It's the second paragraph in there, and you may be able to add some. It would be to the wishes of the commission if it wanted to try to allocate funds through this towards mule deer enhancement. Given this as a policy, I think you could add something like that to it, or if you wanted to go to another specific policy that spelled out the management of that second box funding. But looking at that second paragraph, it does look to me that you could, put a sentence or tag it into a sentence as to how that could be allocated within this policy. Just be the comfort level of the commission.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess some background for the commission, one of the projects we had talked about during the mule deer enhancement program meeting the other night, Mr. Shepard had noted there was a BLM project completely separate, ongoing on the eastern part of the state, but if there was a mechanism to quickly, secure funding, we might be able to do a project on the tail of that. Currently, there isn't a mechanism, so the thought was that, with the second checkbox going to habitat or other things non-predatory, if funds could be slated to specifically the mule deer enhancement team, that would be another tool in the toolbox to get, projects done, relatively quickly, depending on, other contracting issues or whatever else is out there. But So I guess long and short of is one of the things I'd like to advocate for is with that second checkbox, that some funds be dedicated specifically to those projects, but whether we can work that into policy 23 or another policy, I'm not sure.
So I'd kind of brought it up at the last commission meeting. Do we need to modify additional policies or with that exact thing in mind? How do we account for this non-lethal money? And, I guess we're kind of coming back around in this circle again. So I'm totally open to that. It's just a function of how of getting it right where we want it. But it was my understanding that this money will be accounted for separately, even though it's going to go through the same process that the heritage stuff goes through. So to me, that implied that the money, it doesn't address the timeliness aspect, but it implied that money would be going towards non-lethal improvements to manage for, to reduce the risk of predation, that kind of stuff. So that money was there to do those types of things, just non-lethally. It would be accounted for separately, just using the framework of the heritage process and the timeframes to do that. It doesn't address the timeliness that you were mentioning, but I'm open to that. I mean, so that money is, you're not proposing anything different than what I felt was implied from the spending of the money. That's for sure. So,
I guess for me though, this policy is specific to the management of predatory wildlife, right? It doesn't. The money you're talking about is going to come out of the habitat checkbox, not the lethal predator remover checkbox. To me, this is more along the lines of the lethal side. So me personally, I don't see it. It might be a separate policy, but I think this policy you leave specific to predators.
yeah, I would agree. And so do we talk about it in the heritage policy, where you have a separate section since it's following the framework, or do you talk about it in just a new policy? I don't know. So I'm open to that for me personally. And, whatever we think, we're kind of splitting the hair a little bit with the department. So, I guess I'm curious what you guys are thinking at this point. Unfortunately, Alan, that's probably coming to you, so.
Yeah, for the record, Alan Janae, given the comments and the thoughts up here, it's probably best to find an opportunity in a new policy, because the heritage really is all about the heritage, how that is handled in that program. It's probably worth creating its own box for the non-lethal checkbox, and we could put it into a numbering system. I'm trying to remember the past policies. Do you recall, Kaylee, was there an opportunity there in the numbering sequential that would open up?
Yes, thank you. Director Janae, Kaylee Musso again for the record. I think we have two options. If we want to create a new policy, we could make a 23A and relate it to this one, or there are available numbers in the habitat numbering. So we could, it's 60 something. It would be 60 something. And I don't mind attempting to draft that policy similar to how the heritage funds are drafted in that policy. And then we would have to take that to the APRP committee before coming back to commission.
That certainly works for me. I like this one the way that it is. And if we need to do, I think the best thing would be to do a new policy if we're going to and address that other box, basically. So.
And one real quick, and then I'll let you go. Real quick, just for my clarification too, AB 70, are we talking about a third checkbox? Or can we even do, it's only the same two checkboxes, right? It's only two that we can have per the bill.
Correct.
Yeah.
A or B.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Alan Janae, and the way I look at this is it would be similar to the way the commission has provided policy guidance on heritage, is there's the law which states, how that funding and how that comes about, what its general, nexus to be used is. And then the commission wrote a policy that kind of directs how it perceives wanting to allocate those funds. And I would see this as similar to that, just like this predator management is you guys have developed a policy as to how those monies will be dealt with and funded. So I think this would be in the same spirit.
Okay. Commissioner Wise, sorry I cut you off earlier.
All good. I just wanted to clarify, like, the second paragraph under purpose, it seems to me is kind of intended to address that. So how much of creating a new policy is an expansion of just this language versus, what are we kind of dealing with here?
Thank you, Commissioner Wise, for the question. Kaylee Musso for the record. You are correct. The second paragraph under purpose really describes how we're going to direct and use that second pot of funding. I wanted that in here so that it was clear that it was a separate process and that people don't expect to see that throughout the rest of this policy. But I do think it could still be expanded upon. And the Heritage Manual or the Heritage Policy is relatively small because it directs to the manual. And something similar could be done again for this second pot of funding. But I do think it could be expanded upon a little bit just to clarify that heritage process. And it would still be a relatively short policy, but I do think it could be expanded.
That makes sense. Thanks for clarifying.
Any additional commission questions or comments? All right, seeing none, any cab comment in Reno on Commission Policy 23? Okay, seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? No? All right, any public comment in Reno on Commission Policy 23? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? No? All right, with that, I will bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we adopt Commission Policy 23 as presented with the understanding that we will draft a new policy to address that non-lethal, the expenditure of the non-lethal funding from the second checkbox.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Vice Chair Rogers and Commissioner Barnes absent. All right, we'll go to agenda item number 9, Commission Policy 24, hunting opportunities for possible action among various weapon classes and hunter groups. Second reading. TAC Committee Chairman Tommy Cavilla, Game Division Administrator Sean Espinoza, and Management Analyst Kaylee Musso. The TAC Committee reviewed Commission Policy 24, made changes and sent it back to the Commission. The Commission may make any necessary changes and may decide to revise, repeal, or adopt the policy.
Thank you, Chairman Cavilla. Kaylee Musso again for the record. So Policy 24 was last reviewed at the September TAC committee meeting. The policy has been updated to reflect changes regarding the demand success formulas as discussed at that meeting. The department also brought into the junior language on page 7 to match NAC until a determination on NAC changes regarding juniors is made. So that change was not discussed at TAC. And then at last night's TAC committee meeting, the committee decided to leave the weapon class under juniors as any legal weapon or archery/muzzleloader. You'll notice in this version on the draft on page 6, we had attempted to change that, not knowing where the TAC committee would go last night. So you can disregard the language change on 3A. It will just remain the way it is, so that it will be split into any legal weapon or archery/muzzleloader. And then game staff are available if you have any questions on that demand success formula change.
I guess I would ask Sean, maybe do a quick rundown of the fixed demand versus, it's a big change, and we've got not much public comment on it at all. So I just want to make sure everybody's knows what we're looking at here.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chairman Cavilla, members of the commission. I actually do have a little bit of a presentation to provide to kind of clarify things and make it well known to the public what the changes are. So So the reason for the adjustment to the policy was kind of to address some of the discrepancies that were happening for the more primitive weapons, archery and muzzleloader. So we wanted to develop harvest levels for big game species based on a fixed allocation for the various weapon groups for hunting opportunity and incorporate hunter success rates for those weapon groups. What we've seen in the past is that hunters, overwhelmingly choose any legal weapon seasons, and those seasons experience much higher success rates, resulting in the lower quotas for some of the other weapon groups. These lower quotas can have effects on archery and muzzleloader quotas, as we know, and create demand issues for the primitive weapon groups. So we wanted, and this became kind of an issue because we used to evaluate demand based on each unit or unit group. And so that became a pretty tedious exercise. So this kind of more efficiently and effectively addresses that. So fixed allocation is defined as a fixed percentage of desired harvest to be allocated to each big game species and weapon group. And you can see here what we are proposing. For mule deer buck, for any legal weapon, we are proposing 57% allocation of those rifle tags to that particular weapon group. For archery, it would be 10%, and then for muzzleloader, it would be 8%. And then accounting for the juniors, that's a 25% allocation that goes to juniors. For elk bull, we're recommending an allocation of 75% to the any legal weapon group, 15% to archery, and 10% to muzzleloader. And for buck antelope, the allocation would be 85% to any legal weapon, 10% to archery, and 5% to muzzleloader. And I'll just go through species by species what that allocation change would look like compared to our previous recommendations, except for elk, which we've got a little bit of a discrepancy on. But the current demand for mule deer buck is 60% any legal weapon, 9% archery, and 6% muzzleloader. So one would intuitively think that that wouldn't make that much of a change, but it actually does from a primitive weapon standpoint. So you can see there for resident any legal weapon, the current recommendation that we had proposed was 5,342 tags for buck mule deer. With the fixed demand of 57%, that would decrease that any legal weapon from 5342 to 4910, so a difference of 432, which is an 8% decline in the rifle tags. But it would change the outlook for both archery and muzzleloader. We would actually go from 1,985 archery tags to 2,136, so a 7.6% increase in archery tags available. And then for muzzleloader, we would be going from 455 to 871, so an increase of 416 or 91.4% increase in muzzleloader tags. So overall, not a huge change statewide perspective, but it is a 12%, almost a 13% increase in tags available, mainly in those primitive weapon groups. For antelope horns longer than ears, the current demand output for tags that we had recommended was 1623. With the fixed demand of 85%, it would reduce those rifle tags from 1623 to 1487, so an 8% decrease there. However, for archery, it would increase from 270 to 487, or a 217 tag increase, so an 80% increase in archery tags. And then for muzzleloader, it would go from 72 to 142, an increase in 70 tags, or a 97% increase in muzzleloader tags statewide. So an overall increase statewide of 151, or almost an 8% increase in tags available in that for horns longer than ears antelope. And then for bull elk, our current demand is 80% any legal weapon, 13% archery, and 7% muzzleloader. And what we're proposing is a 75% any legal weapon allocation, 15% archery, and 10% muzzleloader. So that any legal weapon class would go from 903 to 860. There would be 43 less rifle tags for a 4.8% decline. But the archery and muzzleloader would increase. So we'd have 138 more archery tags available, so about a 79% increase. And then for muzzleloader, it would go from 138 to 144. And this is the discrepancy that I was talking about before. The current demand numbers that you see on the left-hand side, those were actually the final approved quotas after they were adjusted by the county advisory board. So that wasn't necessarily our recommendation. So it was pretty close except for archery, which would increase fairly significantly. But statewide, that quota would actually increase from 1216 to 1317, so an 8% increase in available tags for elk. And then we also made a change to include moose in the policy as well. Not guaranteed that a moose season will be proposed for next season, but it's certainly, we're setting the table for that in a couple of different ways. So we wanted to make sure and get moose into the policy. And so we wrote some bullet points into the policy. So the hunting opportunities would consist of any moose, which would be male or female, antlered only, or antlerless only. For the initial hunt, if we decide to go that route, it would be offered for antlered moose only at this particular time. And the designated weapon group initially would be any legal weapon, but it could be subject to other weapon groups in the future if the population continues to increase. So that's all I had for now, and certainly would take any questions and answer any public comment as well.
Okay. Any questions for Sean? Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Espinoza, can you go back to the percentage increase, decrease for the mule deer? Just real quick, I just wanted to double check. Yeah, I think we slipped a decimal on the 12%. That's why I just wanted to check and clarify. It's actually like 1.2% overall increase in tags.
Yeah,
Just to
that
get
would be
on the
correct.
record.
Yep.
Any additional questions or comments for Sean? And I guess, Sean, based upon the TAC committee discussions too, overall for the department every year during quota setting, going to the fixed demand will kind of simplify your guys' life as well versus how we previously did it, where it was variable all over the state.
Yeah, thanks for the question, and I'd ask Cody to come up for that since he lives in that world all the time.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Cavilla. Cody McKee for the record. So Sean pointed out the discrepancy in the proposed changes to elk quotas. So I'm going to just kind of highlight that as an example here. I thought the instruction was to show kind of how we change based on the recommended final quotas that were approved last spring. Because traditionally what happens is we have a few cabs that like to mix and match quotas. They pull from one weapon class and move them to another. And these resulting percentages in the fixed allocation, I think, especially when we start looking at specific areas, really hits what those cabs are attempting to do, which is provide a little bit more primitive weapon class opportunity. And so that's kind of where we ended for elk, and I think antelope and mule deer as well.
And I did have a question, another one, and I should have already picked it up because I've been looked at this a bunch already, but on the antlerless hunts, is it gonna follow the same fixed demand? I don't know if it's spelled out, and I might be completely overlooking it, but how are we gonna address the antlerless hunts for mule deer and for elk?
Same. Thanks for the question, Chairman Cavilla. So Sean Espinoza, Division Administrator, Game, for the record. So we would follow these same sort of allocations as well. I think that would simplify the process greatly, and it would be equitable across all units across the state.
And then I guess, do we need to spell that out in the policy, or? It might already be, I didn't see it in there, but I might be missing it too.
Trying to think if it's just elk. Just elk. Yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner Cavilla, Cody McKee again for the record. So I think it would only apply to elk because as I'm mentally reviewing our other antlerless and female hunts, I think elk are the only species where we offer multiple weapon classes. And to be completely honest with you, I didn't do a deep dive into the demand or the fixed allocation for antlerless elk. I suspect it'll be a little bit higher for our any legal weapon. And partly as we're talking about this, and I'm thinking about what we see in our antlerless elk hunts and those early archery cow hunts, the success is always really low. And so I could see a situation if we use these allocations for antlerless elk, we may end up with a whole bunch of archery elk tags. And so that may not be the direction we want to go with these particular proportions. So that might be something we want to take a look at before we finalize.
Okay.
I don't think it's specific.
Yeah, and deer, I guess we do, just deer, the doe hunts are any legal weapon, so. And then I had one other question that I caught. On, under mule deer, it's basically the second paragraph. It said we have for standard and alternative hunt units. And then we go through item 1, 2, 3, and then we get to 4. And then on item 4, it's for standard, alternate, and non-standard hunt units. But I think basically we're going to the same on everything. It's just for clarity. If we just put right there at the start for standard, alternative, and non-standard hunt units, and then we can just strike the first part of number 4. It just, the two, there's just a little bit of a difference there.
Right. I would agree. I think that's an easy change. And then going back to your previous question about elk, there's nothing specific to male or female in there. So it's general. So I think that would fit for both sexes.
Okay. That's all I had. Any additional commission questions or comments? Commissioner McNinch.
I'm not even sure if there's a question to ask, to be honest with you. I'll just be honest. I mean, you guys live this stuff every day. It just seems like there's some, it's a big change. You mentioned that. I don't know what it means. I'll be honest with you. I've been through this a million times and I still don't know what this means. What are the pitfalls? What's the, I've expressed my concern with the junior hunts. So I feel like I'm losing track of what all these changes could do to the junior hunts, and it frustrates me to think that because I want to advocate for them, and I'm just being honest. I don't know what it all means for them. So what does this mean for the junior hunts? I feel like we've already hit them a couple times, and I want to make sure that they're not getting hit again.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner McNinch. Game Division Administrator Sean Espinoza for the record. So from a mule deer standpoint, that 25% allocation to the mule deer tags for juniors would not be affected in any way, shape, or form. One of the things we discussed at the TAC meeting last night was actually separating out the weapon classes for the alternative hunt units. So there's those more trophy quality, higher success units to have an archery and muzzleloader tag available for those units along with any legal weapon. So what that's going to do is actually increase tag availability for the juniors for those alternative hunt units. So there's going to be a kind of a separate process that would allow for an increase in opportunity for juniors through that mechanism. But anything that was changed here would not affect the allocation for the juniors.
So that increased opportunity, does it come at the expense of kids that want to use a rifle?
There might be some degree of that, but because that 25% set aside is going to be always available, there'll still be that opportunity. And I think what we're going to see out of that is, I think the number was 4,736 youth that did not draw in the last drawing. That number will decrease because of the available archery muzzleloader weapon group that would be available to them. So we're going to have less unsuccessful applicants from a junior standpoint.
It's just hard for me to wrap my brain around. Those opportunities exist for them now.
Not necessarily from that, from the archery muzzleloader standpoint, and because of, we're going to have to see what that success rate looks like in the future, but for right now, we'll probably use a statewide average to determine what those quotas are going to be. But what I think we're going to see is that we're going to see a little bit less success than the adults for that weapon group. And when that gets applied to the allocation success formula, we're actually going to see increased numbers of tags available for the archery muzzleloader seasons for the junior.
I just wish I knew what our goal was ultimately. You know, what are we shooting for? I mean, I guess what I was referring to, Sean, is that, you know, under any legal weapon, those youth have an opportunity to hunt archery or muzzleloader now. They don't need a specific tag. It's part of what they're already getting. And I understand that there might be some more specific tags under archery/muzzleloader that are available for those that want to take advantage of it. I don't know. Look, I hate to sit up here and be the no guy all the time. And part of this one is I just don't understand. I'm just not wrapping my brain around all the changes and everything and what it all means. So, you know, I'm really coming down to where I have to trust, you know, trust that, you know, I really don't care about the folks that are getting older, to be quite honest with you. You know, I mean, we're all there, right? I mean, you know, I haven't heard one comment or discussion on R3, recruitment, retention, and reactivation when it comes to recruiting into the hunting sports, the shooting sports. We're not, you know, so does this accomplish anything towards that, or are we jeopardizing that? Are we, you know, is it, you know, is there a positive gain? I don't know, but, you know, I see sportsmen as the focal point of conservation, and if we're headed the wrong way on those, then we lose. And so I'm all in on the R3. I wish we had more conversations about it and what our actions do to maintain those goals and reach those goals. So maybe somebody in the department has a better feel for R3 and how that might apply, how this might benefit that, or but I'll leave it at that.
I think Deputy Director Scott wanted to.
Thanks, Mike Scott for the record. So if the goal is getting more tags in the hands of juniors, this is going to accomplish that goal. 92% of juniors harvest their deer with a rifle. And so what's happening is most of those juniors don't even hunt with a bow or a muzzleloader. And so this just provides an opportunity for more of those juniors to draw tags to hunt. And the success rates are lower, and so because it's primitive weapons. And so this just provides an opportunity for some of those juniors to hunt that normally would not draw a tag.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Is how much does take play into youth being recruited into hunting? Does it or does it not? I don't know. That's kind of where I'm headed with it all.
Yeah, and I think what
we look at as an opportunity here where probably, your first, second year hunters are going to continue to put in for those rifle hunt opportunities. But those, the term we used last night was senior juniors, are going to be, attracted to this opportunity. And as you see on just this example here is by taking, if you say 98% is being harvested with a rifle, this is just for discussion, this is no numbers, this is no set of anything, is you could take that 8%, and turn that into primitive weapons, and because the success is lower, it increases the number of tags. And so you're given the opportunity for more people with the understanding that hopefully they are those senior juniors that are willing to take that additional risk and have that additional opportunity. But I think it's just a twist, and it's an opportunity to see what happens and what kind of use you get on it. And I think it's a good step forward as far as the R3. I think it's the right move to try to increase opportunity and give yet another chance at the juniors.
And I just kind of some of the discussion we had last night too is we did talk about separating it completely, so do an archery and a muzzleloader and eagle weapon. But then we talked about, well, what if we do the combined primitive hunt? And we kind of joked, so I did. They could go chase something around with a stick and string, and then they could see why we invented the gun, right? After they get frustrated. But so, and that's the whole intent is literally just to get more tags out with what we have available. This is an opportunity to get more tags out. And even the whole, if we back all the way up this whole fixed allocation, if you look at it the last couple of years, it's just looking at our previous formula, the archery numbers and the muzzleloader numbers kept trending down, just based on our old formula. And we've had the people sit up here and be like, why do we have so many less archery tags? It's like, well, we're following the commission's policy on the rules. This fixed demand ends up with any more archery and more muzzleloader tags. And the TAC committee's heard me say it a bunch. And they even added language in here that we're recognizing it. By going to the fixed demand, it's to the detriment of our biggest user group. There's no question about it. We're taking tags out of the biggest user group, which is any legal weapon. But the intent I guess it's twofold. We get more tags with what we have available. You get more people out on the landscape. And then you also do spread out. Everybody talks about hunter congestion too. Now you are going to spread those hunters out between the different hunts, right? This thing, it's multi-pronged. That's like, this is a big change. And like I said, we all know the committees, we don't get a ton of involvement, and even this one at the commission level, we haven't got a ton of public comment. And I'm like, it's a big one. But yeah.
And I think we'll hear about it eventually. I think that one's going to come back. That bell's going to get rung a few more times. But I do appreciate that you didn't, that the committee didn't break out into the weapon groups for the youth. That was a big issue for me. I made a big, huge note, and I can't even read it now because we didn't go that way. So I do appreciate that. I mean, I'm willing. I've did the changes. I hope that we find a way, because I know the math is impossible. I know but I hope we can find a way to gauge whether what we're trying to do is successful. And mostly, I'm worried about the youth. I really don't. I'm just going to say it again. I don't want to see them take the hit. I've already voted against some of the changes in here, but I'll find a way to support this, with asking that we engage ourselves in that R3 conversation a little deeper and what we're doing and how we, what all that means and kind of use that as a focal point for what we do with our policies and stuff. And that we keep an open mind with the kids, only being able to draw tags for, 3 go-arounds now, and, the changes that we've made there, that we monitor these things and make sure that we're not doing anything detrimental. So I'll get off my
And real quick too, Commissioner McNitch, so part of that discussion last night was we're only proposing breaking these junior hunts out on the alternative units to begin with. Like we don't do it statewide rollout. We only do it in the certain units just for that reason. And then we can kind of try to monitor before you go all out on it, monitor how it goes. That was kind of our discussion last night. Commissioner Young.
Excuse me. Oh, yeah, Mike Scott for the record. One thing with respect to R3 that I would add, Dave, is we have archery in the schools program, and it's very successful. And this might provide an opportunity for some of those school age people that here's an opportunity for you to take it from the school out into the field, and see if we could get some of those to progress that way. So,
Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chairman. So I have a clarification, and depending on how that clarification goes, may be a concern. So on the antlers or the cow elk, as written, it would follow the bull formula, correct? So my concern based upon that would be is obviously the objective here is to give more tags, less hunters in the field at one time, as well as kind of maintain the same harvest, i.e., 30 to 100 does situation. But it would be different for most of the cow elks because those are generally more management hunts. And so Cody, Mr. McKee made a good point. You're going to either have a lot of not leftover tags, we'll call them, or don't harvest, but that would go against that objective because we're not managing that. That's more of a management hunt, hopeful for the high success. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Cody answer that.
Cody McKee for the record. Commissioner Young, yeah, that's correct. I really apologize. I should have came forward with a proposal for the fixed allocation on antlerless elk. It was an oversight on my part. I do think that as the fixed allocation outlined in the proposed revisions for Commission Policy 24 are now, we're probably going to end up with more archery cow tags than I think what is responsible on the landscape and what's appropriate. I suppose I have two recommendations. One, if the commission chooses to, I guess, I'm not sure if you're approving Commission Policy 24 today or if it's coming back for a second review, but if it's being reviewed or being approved potentially, you could grant us a little bit of flexibility to make adjustments where needed. And when I come to the commission with our quota recommendations next spring, I can identify those areas where we made those adjustments and we could have a little more discussion. Alternatively, if there's going to be another opportunity for revisions on Commission Policy 24 after today's meeting, I can come back with some more solid numbers that we could look at that would be more reflective of, one, what current demand looks like, and two, what kind of changes we could make to be more generous to primitive weapon hunters while also not sort of like exponentially increasing the number of archery cow hunters in the field.
Yeah, I personally would like to see one of, maybe a change on that just because I don't want to go against the objective of a cow hunt. So.
And I guess just procedurally, we technically could act on this today, and then the department we could do the fixed demand for this 2024. If we don't act on it today, it's going to be kicked basically a year down the road. No?
Sorry. Kaylee Musso for the record. Thank you, Chair Caviglia, for the question. Commission policy is really guidance. It's your guidance to the department. Commission regulations, whether it's a CR or a CGR, always trump commission policy. So we could still work on this, and you can still direct the department to act a certain way when it comes to quota setting, and we would follow your guidance on that. It's cleaner, certainly, to have the policy perfected and adopted before we set quotas, but regulation trumps policy. So if you direct us in our regulation to go a certain way, we will certainly do that.
And I guess, I'm thinking again out loud, we would have January and March, I guess, to clean the policy up.
Yes.
I just, I don't know how much heads up the department would need to go to the fixed allocation system, before the May meeting when we set quotas.
So Cody McKee again for the record. It does have implications for January because we would be proposing seasons. And I don't think it would be problematic for the regular hunts, but for the junior seasons, if you guys go or direct the department to go towards the primitive weapon only hunts and then the rifle only hunts, we would need to propose those seasons in January.
And then again, just thinking out loud, I guess we could, if the commission, if it's the flavor of the commission, we could approve what we see today, or maybe with some minor tweaks, but then we could also just ask you to come back with the cow stuff in January or March and just add that in at that time. Then you would have your direction, but again, that's just thinking out loud. But any additional Commissioner Wise?
I just want to explore, or at least just state, I'm assuming we have the data from all of our draws and all of that as to youth progressing into being hunters as adults. But I'd definitely be interested, especially moving forward as we kind of divide these subsections and think about allocating additional tags, but potentially having less success, what that looks like for these youth hunters, and whether or not they're progressing into being adult hunters. Is opportunity what's going to drive them to continue to be hunters, or is it success? And that, I think that kind of gets around to what Commissioner McNinch was kind of talking about, but it would be nice to see as we walk through this process, if we're seeing any differences there between youth having opportunities and potentially being unsuccessful and losing the flavor for hunting, or whether those opportunities are just providing more and more excitement for them to move on as an adult. So that's all.
Any additional commission questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Reno?
Is this one on? Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, Jim Cooney, Elko Cab. This last Monday when we had our cab meeting, I found it a little bit difficult for the cab members to follow exactly what numbers were going to be coming down. The issue with the demand success, I'm wondering if either the department and or the commission or both were able to provide, say, Elko County, what would actually be the numbers for any legal weapon in Area 10 and where it's at now, comparing that, having the two so you could see exactly what it is. Because most of the cab members the other night, we found it kind of difficult to wrap our head around how this actual mathematical formula was going to work. So, having the numbers right here, but to see exactly how those changed from any legal weapon to archery to the muzzleloader, specific to the areas that the cabs are responsible to make recommendations for. Hopefully that makes sense. I'd like to see us keep this kind of on the docket and not vote on it today, but, understanding the issues that are being brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Reno?
Hi, Steve Marcus, White Pine County. We did have some confusion at the start. We talked it through, and we're willing to go forward with it like this, as it proposed, if the numbers do work out that way. But I was going to go a little bit different way with this. At the top of page 7, it's under 3C, where where it was stricken that the state stating that it be awarded 3 maximum junior tags. Well, if we go towards recruitment, if a youth draws 3 tags, they're interested. But if you have a youth coming in that hasn't drawn any tags in them 3 years, we're going to lose them. That's the way we're looking at it. We want to recruit the new hunters in, and if it's a junior, senior, is that how you put it? They're hooked. They're going to continue hunting. But if we have youth coming in that aren't getting tags because there's not that opportunity that them tags that could have been moved on, them youth, senior, juniors have moved on, we could open up them tags for them, the new youth coming in. That's what we felt, that it should be left in there. That was our feeling, so. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, I think. Glenn Bunch with Mineral County. We made some recommendations that we sent in, and as has been presented here, I wasn't up to speed to be able to brief my people. I haven't been attending the TAC committee meetings, so that's kind of my fault. I should have reached out to the department to maybe get a little enlightenment before I jumped off the deep end at our meeting Monday night and made recommendations. What I did was I took what I seen in front of it and I applied it to last year's tags for area 202 through 205, 208 for deer, and my numbers came up about what was recommended last year with the new formulas. So that was where I come up with a recommendation to raise it. Well, after sitting through what we went through, it looks like I probably should have been more attentive and checked with more people before we fired from the hip. So we'll be watching it this year, and I hope it works as it looks like it might. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunch. Any additional cab comment in Reno? All right, seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom?
For the record, Paul Dixon, Clark Cab. The one question that I couldn't answer in my cab with us, although we did support where the policy sits with the fixed demand, is how does, in the 15 years that I've been doing quota setting with you guys, cabs always make adjustments to things. If you have a fixed formula, do cabs still get to adjust that fixed formula for their local things, or are those just the numbers? And I didn't have an answer for that, and I didn't get one from the NDOT representative I had either at the meeting. So I was wondering if that could get addressed at some point of where that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Real quick, go ahead, Sean.
So, thank you, Commissioner Cavilla. So Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator, for the record, nothing is a perfect fix or perfect formula that makes everybody perfectly happy. So that's what the county advisory boards continue to do, and that's the role that they're going to have, I think, is they're going to have to make adjustments because it's not always going to be, appropriate for every species, every weapon group.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional cab comment on Zoom? No. Okay. Any public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom?
This is Stephanie Myers from Clark County. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, for the first time, I see that NDOW is proposing the possibility of a new hunt for moose. We should hear a whole lot more about that. How many moose does Nevada have? Where are they? And why should there be a hunt for them? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. And just in relation to Ms. Meyer's comments, all this is doing is giving the department the potential to have a moose hunt. That moose hunt technically hasn't been proposed yet. I just want to clarify that. So, and it'd be awesome someday if we do get a moose hunt. And I guess to follow up on Mr. Dixon's comments, I think I absolutely would anticipate the cabs still get comments. I mean, right now, the quotas that the department gives us every year based off what Commission Policy 24 directs them to do, and they get comments. So, yeah. Deputy Director Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Cavilla. Mike Scott for the record. Yeah, this would drive our recommendations, but this would not take over your actions for any of those quotas, nor the cab recommendations. So,
yeah.
Thanks.
All right, so the commission's, any additional questions, comments, thoughts? Do we want to proceed with something today? Do we want to let it sit? I think if we let it sit, it probably wouldn't get implemented for a year, which, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing at all. I don't know what the flavor of the commission is. Commissioner Keel.
I think my flavor, I'd be supportive just on the junior changes to get that through so we can see how that works out next season would be my approach, but.
Yeah, I guess we could do that. Yeah. And then the remainder, the fixed allocation, we would basically sit on for another. Kind of crickets up here. It's like I said, this is a big one, and we haven't had a ton of feedback on it. And that was why out of TAC, we're like, we need to get it up to the commission level. Hopefully we get more, because it would be a big change. Director Janae.
Understanding the difficulty in making a big change like this is, to Casey's, Commissioner Keel's point, if the commission wanted to take direction and provide something, a small step, you could do that. One of the other things as far as alternatives on these proposed quotas, and Sean, I looked at him just in sympathy because it'll create a little bit more work for the game division, but we could bring back this year just for, evaluation is we could bring back both. So we could run a column with fixed allocation and with past. And so that when it does come quota time, there is that evaluation for people to be able to consider, and maybe it's more of a live consideration of these alternatives. But I think there's a piece when it comes to the season setting, that's what we need to know now so that we can take action in January for consideration.
Then it gets muddy too, because we're not really approving anything with Policy 24 either. It gets a little squirrely. I myself like the fixed allocation item, but I sat on TAC and we worked on it for a little bit. So I know a lot of people are seeing it for the first time.
I was just going to suggest that I understand we probably wanted to leave it open a little bit. It sounds like we could potentially give direction for this upcoming year and not finalize this policy. But if I'm misunderstanding that, then it sounds like it might be best to move forward with this policy so that we can enact it in the coming year. But I just want to make sure I understand which is allowable.
Kaylee Musso, for the record, either option is allowable.
Yeah, and Cody McKee as well, and speaking as somebody that's going to implement this, I don't see there being a huge implementation challenge if we wait to approve the fixed allocation in January. I think the more pressing need is understanding what we need to do with the junior hunts.
Well, then, and maybe, I guess that could be the option is we just if that's the flavor of the commission, we can direct you guys on the junior hunt today and then bring this back on in January. More eyeballs will be on it, and
So I don't know, from, I guess just letting our, you know, what we would like to see out there rather than directing, because I'm not sure if we get crossways with our agenda by directing them with it, but look, I'll support the changes, a little trepidation. Some of that comes from just not being real familiar with this. When you yank on this string, what happens over here? I get the concepts, I understand them. So I'll be supportive. I do understand what Commissioner Keel was suggesting, and that makes a lot of sense, you know, to address it from the, you know, if we finalize this policy, and then come back, is that something where we have to go through 2 readings again? Is it start all over? Is it just a continuation? I don't know if that's an issue or not. I don't really see it as one, but I'd be supportive of what Commissioner Keel was suggesting, at a minimum.
And I guess to throw one more, not necessarily a monkey wrench in, I believe we already, in policy 24, didn't we already approve the language to allow the archery muzzleloader in the junior hunt in a previous rendition?
Yes, that is correct. Chairman Cavilla, Kaylee Musso again for the record. The current commission policy 24 has been signed by you. It was adopted previously, and then TAC decided to make changes to demand success, so it's back to you. But the current version of policy 24 does already have that junior weapon class broken out.
Yeah, so really for that aspect of it's already in the system. We're not even really making a change. It would just be, and the TAC committee last night, you know, we asked the department at season setting to set that up. So on that end of it, I don't know. On that portion of it, do we need to make any direction?
No.
So we could actually just, maybe that's the option, is just to send this down to another commission meeting in January to look at the fixed demand. Give everybody a little more time to look at everything.
So does that mean the department would know what they need to do for January? You have what you need if we handle it that way?
Yeah, Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. So what we would do at that point is support material. We would provide a table, maybe not of every single unit for every single species, but just, you know, some randomly selected units for each species, and provide that so that the support material is there so the cabs could actually see what the changes would be with that fixed allocation.
All right, so I'll go ahead and make a motion. So I'm going to make a motion to forward commission policy number 24 to another reading at in the January meeting. And then prior to that meeting, the department will provide some backup information for all the cabs to review. And then we can determine at that meeting if we want to proceed with the proposed changes. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. So with that, why don't we take lunch, and we will come back at 1:30. We'll get going again. Agenda item number 10, Conservation Education Division Overview. Conservation Education Division Administrator Chris Vasey, Public Information Officer Ashley Ziem, Outdoor Education Coordinator Aaron Keller, Wildlife Volunteer Coordinator Julie Bless, Publication Coordinator Hannah Von Tour, Boating Education Coordinator Aaron Meyer, and Connection Coordinator Bobby Jones. A presentation will be provided on the Conservation Education Division programs informational.
Thank you. You did well in introducing everybody there. This is our Con Ed division overview, and it's my pleasure today to give you a brief overview of Conservation Education Division. I'm extremely proud and fortunate to head up a team of some of the most passionate and exceptional wildlife communicators and educators in the country. Despite being one of the smallest information and education division, their work is constantly recognized on a national level, and they are highly respected by their peers in other states. NDOW's conservation education team are truly all-stars. My staff here today is to tell you the conservation education story, and I'll give an overview to get us started. In the simplest terms, we are the outreach education arm of the Nevada Department of Wildlife. We work alongside passionate wildlife, fishery biologists, habitat managers, and game wardens who do amazing work that makes a real difference to wildlife and habitat in the state. It is our job to tell their stories. We speak to classrooms, attend events like Sheep Show, Elko Expo, and Clark County Fair. We run the department's social media and website and work with local and national media to tell our story. We write stories, press releases, shoot video, take photographs, and develop all of NDOW's publications. Con Ed is responsible for all of NDOW's education programs, including angler, hunter, wildlife, boating, and archery education, running NDOW's visitor centers and interpretive centers. Additionally, we are responsible for educating and responding to urban wildlife calls. And next, we will have the members of conservation and education staff break down some of our programs and efforts. But first, we have a little video to kick things off. Yeah, we just wanted to kick that off mainly because it shows how far-reaching we are in every way. And next up, I want to introduce Ashley Zemme, formerly Ashley Sanchez, and she is our Public Information Officer, and she's going to speak to her programs.
Public Information Officer Ashley Zemi for the record. I was Ashley Sanchez less than a month ago, and then I got married. Oops, sorry, didn't mean for wedding photo to get in there. As a Public Information Officer, I oversee a lot of the outreach that comes out of NDOW. Myself and our other conservation Education Division staff members oversees that outreach, so I wanted to put a face to some of the outreach you see, along with explain exactly what a public information officer does for those that don't know. So number one of the biggest parts of my job is media relations. As the statewide PIO, I am the main media contact and spokesperson for statewide stories involving NDOW. I do work closely with our regional conservation education supervisors because they know their regions best. They are the main media contacts for their areas. And as media contacts, we provide reporters with interviews, video, photos, really anything that helps them get our story across. Sometimes the stories are a bit deeper and they really do require a public or a subject matter expert. So that's where I would identify the proper biologist for the interview and then prep them when needed. It's important to stay curious as a PIO. Our job really never stops because when we're not getting questions from the media, we are preparing for them by trying to understand everything our agency does. I always say where a lot of people are experts in specific areas, I have to know a lot about a lot, or at least enough to educate the public on it. And as we all know, biologists like to use fancy words like ruminant, ungulates, extirpated. So I take those words and I try to make it a little bit easier for the general public to understand. As a public information officer, I get out our story with press releases, news segments. We have a monthly Wildlife Wednesday segment on Colo 8 News. I also build and maintain our media relations. And last but not least, I monitor all of our media mentions because we want to make sure accurate information is getting out there. And if it's not, we want to contact the reporters to make those corrections. Another huge part of my job is managing 4 of our social media platforms. Thankfully for me, our urban wildlife coordinators, they do an awesome job managing our Nextdoor. So I don't have to touch Nextdoor, but I do oversee our Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, which is now called X, but I prefer the little bird, and then also YouTube. I'm really focusing on Facebook here because that's where we've seen our biggest growth. Everything posted on these 4 platforms are either posted by myself or the rest of our conservation education staff. So a lot of work goes into our content. We're working with people all throughout our agency to create content for these platforms. Facebook, we currently have 56,000 followers. That's a 260% increase from 5 years ago when we put a huge effort onto growing our social media following by posting more content. We've made over 39 million impressions, so that's the amount of times our content is popping up in users' feeds, and that's a 460% increase during that time frame. We've also made 2.8 million engagements, so that's the number of people liking, commenting, sharing our posts. That's a 630% increase from the previous time frame. And just over the last 28 days alone, we've reached 673,000 people with our content. So I wanted to show those numbers because that really goes to show the importance of social media as a tool of getting our message out there. Quick highlight of Instagram. This is our fastest growing platform, so we've been putting a way bigger focus on Instagram. When I started in 2017, we had 100 followers. We now have 18,000, so that goes to show how fast that platform is growing. And then I also am in charge of our email and text campaigns. This is where people either really like me because I'm informing them on all of the outdoor recreation opportunity in the state, keeping them informed on important deadlines, or they get tired of me really fast because then we don't stop reminding them of those deadlines. But we really don't want them to miss out or lose their bonus points. Important stuff. So we have a contact list of 385,000 customers and past customers along with subscribers. So people actively signing up to receive our emails and text messages. We do send a few texts as well throughout the year. A really fun part of my job is I get to host the Nevada Wild podcast with Aaron Keller, who you'll hear from soon. This is a weekly podcast. It runs on iTunes, SoundCloud, and we send it out in an email to our subscribers. And it's a great tool to highlight NDOW Nevada's wildlife and the different outdoor recreation opportunities in the state. Each episode gets 2,000 listens, and while that doesn't sound like a lot compared to our social media, when we're talking to people on our podcast, it's a 30-minute podcast. On social media, we have someone's attention for 30 seconds. When they're listening to our podcast, we have their ear for 30 minutes. So I think that's a really good tool for us to be using. Final slide, I promise I am our website manager, so that entails making daily updates, also working with our developers on a regular basis to make any needed improvements, and I'm really just a point of contact. A lot of people in our agency are in there updating our website daily, adding information about their program, so I'm the main point of contact for that. And finally, I also help with ad campaigns here and there. I even get to voice one, which I'll leave you with. But first, I just want to introduce Anna. You'll hear from Hannah Von Tour right when this video is over. She's our other public information officer. Thank you so much for letting me present to you. Do I just hit next?
Securing your trash inside your garage or house is not really secure at all. Bears will break into a garage or home to get trash. This can cost thousands of dollars in damage. Keep your home safe by investing in a bear box or wildlife-resistant container. Also, make sure to store trash 25 feet from any structure and put garbage out on the morning of pickup. This will help keep your family, your home, and our bears safe. Do your part to keep Nevada wild and go to ndow.org for more information.
Okay. Hi, I'm Hannah Von Tour, Public Information Officer, Publications Coordinator for the record. In short, my main role and responsibility is to educate the public regarding hunting and fishing seasons, regulations, applications, as well as relay divisional updates to our constituents internally and externally. In addition, I serve as a resource to our team that focus on projects and outreach. Typically, I'm the point of contact for the whole state of Nevada when it comes to pushing out marketing material. It's important that everything comes through me, as my goal is to accomplish an overall aesthetically pleasing feel that fits the NDOW brand, style guide, and our messaging. So some of the pictures you see here, these are our covers for our yearly publications that we push out. So the purpose of these publications are to ensure that our Nevada hunters and anglers, and whoever else is interested in that matter, are well informed of the current regulations and seasons. However, this is no small task. I need to coordinate with not only the proper division to get the proper information for these publications, but I work with law enforcement as well as our data and technology services team to make sure that we are pushing out the right information regarding laws and making sure that we are getting our publications sent to the proper vendors. Externally, I also work closely with our publishing company, which is JF Griffin. We work collaboratively on updating information, layout, and design. We also work closely on timeline and printing efforts. As part of the Conservation Education PIO team, I work diligently to have all the necessary eyes on each publication. When I first took this position, I was told to put lots of people in front of the bus before myself. So if anything gets pushed out that wasn't supposed to be pushed out, it's not my fault, so to speak. Anyways, moving forward, you can never have too many eyes on a public document. So there's an exceptional number of experts in our field, and I think really working close with them and coordinating with them has given us great success in the past, and that's our plan moving forward. Moving into some more internal projects. These are divisional publications that I've worked on with folks in some different divisions within Nevada Department of Wildlife. So usually the process starts with a division that has submitted information that they would like to get out to the public. Once a concept has been formed, they then present the material to me, and we work together on building an appealing publication that will capture their audience. These printings are widely educational and informational. It's my duty to make them visually pleasing and engaging, so this takes time and guidance from the experts. I'm the person that makes things pretty, so having the experts involved really helps
We want each publication to be unique, but also coincide again with the style guide and Endow branding in our face image. Very similarly to the regulations and seasons books, we have multiple folks involved in the whole process to make sure that our end product is up to par and a good representation of Nevada Department of Wildlife. As I mentioned before, being the graphic design connoisseur, at least so I think, my scope of work expands into other areas of the field. So working with the team on other marketing efforts. So Ashley works on the email e-blasts. One of the things that I work on is the internal and external newsletters. So we work closely on sending those to the right folks. So for context, the internal newsletters are sent to our Endow employees, which is called the Wildlife Newsletter, and that has a more personal aspect to it. We talk about new employees. We do an employee highlight, adventures, promotions. We highlight retirees and new family members, and the list goes on. This gives an effect so that our coworkers have a more personal feel, and it builds camaraderie. We also include external notes in there, like divisional highlights, media mentions, and activity reports. The external newsletter is sent to our partners, which is the Wild Side newsletter, and that has some of our divisional highlights, news updates, activity reports, commission updates, and among other things. In addition, I just help with other marketing efforts such as flyers, event materials. I've been a rep at a conference, some internal projects too. We do like door signs, certificates, plaques, that sort of thing. These undertakings, however, take a crew of people, and on a daily basis, we put our heads together because we all bring something exceptional to the table. Thank you. And I have the pleasure of introducing Aaron Meyer, our other PIO.
For the record, Aaron Meyer, Boating Education Coordinator and Public Information Officer for the Law Enforcement Division. I included this picture so you guys can see why I really love my job, because that's me, and that is during the summer, that is often my office. So not the worst job in the world. As I mentioned, I'm the PIO for the Law Enforcement Agency, Law Enforcement Division. That means I get to do all the really fun topics like wildlife crime, poaching investigations and convictions, boating accidents, and boating fatalities. If I'm being honest, it's my least favorite part of the job, writing a story or doing a interview on a boating fatality, but it has helped to inspire me and keep me motivated, because the majority of my job is boating education. So it's my job to promote boating safety in the state, and hearing all of those terrible stories helps me to want to hear them less. We run campaigns with our lots of other topics, but our three main ones are wear a life jacket, boat sober, and of course, take a boating education class. U.S. Coast Guard statistics have shown that if people did those three things, I'd have to go get another job, because the number of fatalities would literally go to almost zero. My Southern Region counterpart, Nick Dewey, and I go to classes, go to events, do everything we possibly can to try and promote it as much as possible. But we also have come together, and what we do is a multi-tiered campaign that runs throughout boating season, right about from May till September. And that boating education, boating safety campaign, we use TV, radio, connected TV, which is streaming, Amazon, Apple, that sort of thing. And we've gotten pretty good at that. We run digital ads that target boating and outdoor enthusiasts on Google and social media platforms, and we also geofence our messaging around lakes and bodies of water. So if you take your boat to a body of water, you're most likely going to get one of our ads telling you should be wearing a life jacket. It's kind of stalking, but in a good way, I guess. Our efforts have resulted in a huge huge bump in the number of people who have taken a boater education course in Nevada. Since starting this multi-tiered approach in 2018, we've seen almost a 200% increase in boating education certificates awarded. And that's 3 of those years were drought, so still pretty good. Like, I haven't seen this year's numbers, but we actually had water, and so I have a feeling we're going to see a pretty good bump. This is one of the ads that we ran this year.
Over 80% of all boating fatalities could have been prevented had the victims been wearing a life jacket. 80% is a lot. To show how much, let's go ahead and make 80% of this video something else. Ah, that's relaxing. Now in the little part over here, let's keep going. Here's a pizza. Now here's 80% of that pizza gone. Here's a glass of water, and now it's 80% empty. Life jackets make a big difference. If you're on a boat, play the odds and wear a life jacket.
Which doesn't lead me into that. I did want to mention that while we have offered kayaking in some of our events and camps, this upcoming summer, next summer, we will be launching a standalone paddle sport program where we're going to start offering classes for kayaking and stand-up paddle boards, and we're very excited about that. But I was going to say, this leads me into probably my favorite part of the job, which is I get to be part of the marketing team. And almost everything we do in Con Ed is a team event, but nothing more than our marketing and our outreach campaigns. Each year we run campaigns to promote hunting, fishing, boating, or to educate the public about chronic wasting disease or living with urban wildlife. I mean, literally every year it changes. A lot of those will stay the same, but we never know what we're going to have to get out to the public, and it's a really strong team. Like the Safe Boating campaign, we use the same kind of tools. We use connected TV and radio. We use Ashley to stalk people with the texts and the e-blasts. Whatever we think is going to get that message out, we do it. And these campaigns are a big reason why Nevada's license and registration numbers increase while most of the states are seeing declines. NDOW's campaigns are consistently recognized with awards from the Association for Conservation Information, and they have also received awards from the American Advertising Federation as well as the Public Relations Society of America. So we feel like we're getting pretty good at this. Here's an ad that we ran this year in partnership with the Recreational Boating and Fishing Foundation. That song is going to be stuck in my head for the rest of the day now. That leads me to our outdoor education coordinator, Aaron Keller.
All right, Aaron Keller, outdoor education coordinator for the record. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. Gave me a chance to go down memory lane, look at the last 15 years or so of fun out in the field. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to fit that into 6 or 8 slides, but it really is hard. I'm going to try and explain today what we do as educators and represent the outdoor education staff stationed around the state the best I can. Hunter education is the first state mandated program in Nevada, and it's a very labor-intensive program. The shooting range grant program is set up to help local shooting range construct or enhance ranges, and our angler and aquatic education is usually the entry into outdoors or the outdoor education realm. Most people in this room know us for hunter education program. It's when you turn 12 years old, you have to take it to get your hunting license. It's a very time-intensive program, like I said, that relies heavily on a volunteer corps of about 350 instructors. You'll see in the top left photo is Bernie Crooks teaching an outdoor or hunter education in a classroom setting at our Verda Nature Center. And then again, interesting enough, Bernie again in the bottom left photo where he's teaching the same curriculum at the Mason Ortiz outdoor camp. NDOW and NDOW's volunteers played a huge part in making that camp what it is today, and Bernie's a valuable instructor for us. NDOW's Hunter Ed is also created an advanced hunter ed program, which includes everything after basic hunter education. We like to say that's where we teach all the fun parts about hunting. You'll see in the top right photo is the first annual youth trucker hunt that we partnered with Trucker Chaser Foundation to get youth out trucker hunting. And it's been a very successful event to get kids onto birds. And this year we held our third annual event, very successful. We broke down the steps to hunting and created, like I said, the Advanced Hunter Education Program. And it does have some overlap with wild game butchering. It's where we get to get creative about hunting and kind of getting people excited about it. Wild game cooking is part of that Advanced Hunter Education Program. We know that a huge part of hunting is taking care of the meat. And after you kill an animal, you should be proficient in butchering that animal. And we know that public acceptance of hunting goes way up when they know that the meat is being consumed. That is why we created the wild game cooking classes. These are offered as a lecture class. You can see in the top middle photo, that's me and Mike Doble teaching about how to butcher a duck to make duck jerky. Very well received and very popular class. Or you can see in the bottom right, we teach them as a hands-on class where you cook your own meal and have a 3-course meal. This is great for date nights or anyone looking to expand their recipe book. These are very popular with both men and women because who doesn't like a tasty meal? You can see in the other photos that we do a pretty good job of cooking wild game. A big part of our recent efforts includes the expansion of our recreational shooting program. This program includes learn to shoot classes, as you heard in our activity report, firearm basics for rifle, muzzleloader, shotgun. This also the program where our archery education and National Archery in the Schools program lives. Adam Kavanaugh is our recreational shooting coordinator, and he couldn't be here today because, interesting enough, he's helping host Commissioner Kirkpatrick's Recreational Shooting Day at the Clark County Shooting Complex in Las Vegas. You can see in the bottom left photo, or actually on there, it's the bottom right photo, National Archery in the Schools program, or NAS program, is wildly successful with thousands of students participating, and this program expands every school year. It's offered in every school district except for one, and interesting enough, that's Washoe County where we're at today. We're working very hard to get it into Washoe County School District, and any help from the Wildlife Commissioner, members of the public would be greatly appreciated. Up next is our shooting range grant program. It's admired by other states throughout the state. Every month we get calls from other states that want to know how we do what we do. We have a simple program, but it's very successful, and we kind of make it look easy to other people. We take shooting range grant applications and we fund them with hunter education funding. And this program is funded using the excise tax of sales and firearms and ammunition, and this is how we give back to the recreational shooting community. We know that most of the shooters using these facilities throughout the state do not hunt, but we also know that some of them do, so we don't want to exclude anyone. Here's an example of a large shooting range project in Southern Nevada. I think most of you are familiar with the Clark County Shooting Complex, but I'll explain it a little bit. The master plan, as you can see in the top left, this range is miles long, or miles wide, and it features top-of-the-line shooting opportunities. If you get a chance, you should check it out. We have an education building at this range, and we're in the process of constructing an indoor archery facility this year. Very exciting project. I wanted to show you a great example of a grassroots project or grassroots range. Most often ranges are built piece by piece. They're not, you don't build the whole thing all in one year. We usually make components that we can start using right away, and then we construct other projects on that make them greater as the time goes on. Humboldt County is a great example of that, where a small group of volunteers led by Kent Arian have created an unbelievable shooting range that many states visit when they come through just to see how it's put together. This range building on the upper left, it runs on solar and golf cart batteries. And the water supply to clean the restrooms is old guzzler tanks that are in the ground, and they catch rainwater. One note about this range is actually the bottom middle photo, and the ADA shooting opportunities at this range are pretty amazing. As you can see, Shooters can pull up in their ADA vehicle, park in an ADA parking spot, access the shooting line, and go down to pull their own arrows and an ADA sidewalk. It's a very inclusive idea that we've used at other ranges after seeing how popular it's become. And we actually have other range components at this range that use the same idea. And in short, we take ranges that kind of look like this, a dirt flat spot, and over a bunch of meetings, phone calls, paperwork, fiscal notes, a lot of help from our fiscal staff, we turn it into this. This is the Carson City Rifle Range. Nice, clean range that the public wants to use. Our angler education program, like I said, this is a lot to fit in my 6 or 8 slides. So our angler education program is as old as the Department of Wildlife. Our agency's been teaching people how to fish for many years, and we've created some very successful events and photos you'll see right here. In the top right is Free Fishing Day at Sparks Marina. More than 1,000 people attend this event every year. And we joke that it's the biggest annual single-day free fishing event in the world. We don't know if that's exactly true, but nobody's contested us quite yet. So you'll see there's a lot of lines in the water there. We host species-specific events like our annual carp derby at Lahontan Reservoir in the top left. We have our carp rodeo in southern Nevada. Very fun events, and there's nothing like a little kid catching a 10-pound fish on a barbecue pole. My last example comes from the frozen tundra of eastern Nevada, the bottom right, where we help host ice fishing derbies in the winter, and we arguably have the most scenic event up at Angel Lake. So to summarize angler education, we're trying to get people catching fish as fast as possible. All these events and classes are the greatest part about being an angler education coordinator. They're so much fun in the sun. But the reality is this is what we do most of the time. So we're untangling knots, we're keeping our patience. Hundreds and hundreds of parents thank us every year for being patient, and we like to tell them this is like us meditating. We're trying to keep the kids sane, the parents sane, and lines in the water. One part of our aquatic education, very popular program, Trout in the Classroom. Most of you have heard about Trout in the Classroom. This program has been running since 2000. We've had parents that have participated in Trout in the Classroom return with their kids to release their trout. Now that I say that out loud, it makes me feel old. This program teaches students the life cycle of the trout through hands-on experience. You can see in the top right or top left is a bunch of trout eggs. Students get to put the fertilized eggs into the tank, and we funded hundreds of these tank setups throughout the state. They raise the trout in the tanks, and then we host trout releases at one of our sites. You're going to see one today, the Oxbow Nature Study Area. One year we put 10,000 students through that site alone. So a very popular program. And they get to learn a little bit about Nevada, Nevada's wildlife, and yeah, every once in a while somebody gets a wet shoe when they step in the water, so not a big deal. And now to introduce Bobby Jones, our outdoor connection coordinator. He's going to connect the dots a little bit more about that wet shoe and why that's exciting for us.
Bobby Jones, Nevada Department of Wildlife Outdoor Connection Coordinator, for the record. Outdoor Connection Coordinator is the newest member of the team here, so I'm going to go through a little bit about what I do, kind of like a story here. So my number one goal is to connect people to nature, and we do that through tons of ways, right? We're familiar with the hunting and the fishing, the boating, and even the wildlife viewing, but we can go a little bit farther than that. It's camping, it's hiking, it's paddle sports. It can be even just a walk to the local park, or we're just trying to connect people to what's outside. We also I also help the department work to engage and serve broad constituencies. There's not an icon for broad constituencies. But what that means is it's the people that love us, the people that don't love us, the people who let us know if we're doing a good job or a bad job, and especially the silent majority, which is most people. And people come at things from different places, backgrounds, different points in their lives, and to really engage people, we have to, be aware of that and try try and work to engage them at each level, each opportunity we can. And if we can do both of these first two things, hopefully we're enhancing conservation. Of course, for fish and wildlife and their habitats, but it goes a little bit deeper than that. It's the food you eat, the water you drink, and the house you live in. I get the opportunity to work on new programs, and I presented one last time, and a ton of people put a lot of work into it, the Nevada Youth License Fund. And I'm happy to tell you that even though we're in competition with tablets and phones and social media, this summer we were able to issue over 3,000 licenses to kids for free through this program. Really big jump for us. R3 was getting thrown around a bit today, and I just wanted to highlight that of those 3,000 licenses that, or over 3,000 licenses that we've issued, over 70% of those went to kids who have never had a license before. So that's the first R, the recruit R. Now, retaining them would be meaning keeping them each year and reactivating as someone who's coming back. And that dark blue, you can't see it, but 13% of the kids who got a license were reactivated and 17% were loyal, so they had a license last year. And what's that look at the statewide level? Well, we were looking at about a -3%, give or take, for youth licenses, which would have been our third down year in a row. And now we're looking at being up about 13% on the year, so about a 16% swing with this new program in place. I also get the opportunity to work with all of these people on new campaigns and connecting people to nature. And I mentioned 17 minutes a day, or Take 17 last time, and this is one of the commercials we came up with to share that idea.
Nature is just what your body needs. Step outside for 17 minutes a day and improve your body and mind. 17 minutes outside is the new 10,000 steps. The Nevada Department of Wildlife challenges you and others to soak up all the mental and physical benefits that nature provides. NDOW.org/getoutside.
So a little different than our normal flavor, trying to encourage people to spend time outside for the physical, mental health benefits, and showing that it can be in a variety of different ways. I also have the opportunity to help us draft content, information sharing, and marketing materials. Take 17, of course, Get Outside Bingo we just did on social media recently, trying to challenge people to do something different outside every day for about a month. Wild Food Friday, where we share wild game recipes, courtesy of Christy Crabtree and Hank Shaw for the most part. And then marketing to different groups, right? This is for the Youth License Fund, we did some of our outreach in Spanish, and those ads actually performed better than our English ads. So something to consider in the future, developing new web content for the website, and then occasionally jumping on the podcast. Partners and relationships, I'm going to go back to my first one, the Youth License Fund, and this isn't going to be everybody, but thinking in terms of, it gives us an opportunity to work with conservation partners that we work with all the time that really help move the bus along, as well as state and federal agencies. And then we can reach out a little bit further and pull in groups that are trying to get people outside. Mason Ortiz Camp, Nevada Outdoor School, there's a lot of partners. And then what I'm really excited about is reaching one step further. So groups like Girls on the Run, Boys and Girls Clubs, there's over 70 in the state, public libraries, outdoor groups that are focused on specific groups of people, Blacks in Nature, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, all these opportunities to kind of reach an olive branch out and form new partnerships and kind of encourage more people to go outside. And there's a lot of blue space on here, and this isn't everybody. I just wanted to show that some of these programs and ideas help us reach out a little bit further. And then I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to research, so I get to do that. And I'm just going to highlight a few of those things. We did the Hunter Economics Survey with UNR and found that hunting by itself contributes almost $400 million to Nevada each year. And that does not count fishing or wildlife viewing. So these outdoor activities that are wildlife focused generate a lot of money for the state. The Wild Harvest Survey, we found that Nevada hunters who successfully harvest an animal, over 90% of them share with others. And on average, one of those hunters shares with 6 people. I've spoke on the Pathways project before, but just opportunities to learn more about Nevada adults and specific groups and how we better serve those people. And then recently worked with an ad agency on how we could better engage people. And just one tidbit that I thought was fun to share is that people really like to see faces and emotion in what people are doing. And mostly my fault, picking a lot of photos that didn't show people's faces so that I thought someone else could envision them there. But really, they just want to see people enjoying themselves. And with that, I will hand it off to Staff Conservation Educator Julie Bless. Thank you.
Hello, I'm the last one, I promise. Julie Bless, Staff Conservation Educator for the record. I do want to highlight that I have a picture of a very cute, adorable little boy up there. That is my son, August. Eddie, you called me on my maternity leave. That was the product of that. But I did want to highlight our cutest team member who is not here today. We have a really unique policy in our office where we can bring our infants into the office. And I wanted to thank Mike and Alan and Chris for letting me take advantage of that. And August gets to be in the office for the enjoyment of a lot of people. He's a pretty cool baby. So I'm going to talk about the programs that I run. They are the wildlife education and our volunteer programs. To start us off, I'll talk about our volunteer program, which is a deceptively large and complicated program. We have 2 volunteer coordinators on our team. That is Nicole Hamlin, that covers our eastern region, who's holding the fish with the blonde hair, and Michelle Lopez, who is our volunteer coordinator in the southern region with the clipboard in her hand. I work with the western region to help cover on-the-ground volunteer coordination as well. I do not do as well as Nicole or Michelle. This program is really great. It's a wonderful way. It's a great tool to get people connected to nature and to help them have a positive experience with the department and get conservation accomplished. You guys brought up volunteers several times already today, and Nevada is a large state, and there's a lot of stuff that our volunteers do. We have a lot of mileage out there that we can use volunteers for. I have that second bullet point on there because being a volunteer coordinator involves doing a lot of things. You're a little bit of HR, you work a lot with fiscal. I have to communicate with risk management often because if you've ever been on a lot of our projects, we have helicopters and wild animals and large equipment and backhoes. So I have to talk to them a lot, make sure that we are not getting ourselves into any trouble. And then our federal grant coordinators as well, and of course our biologists that are our program managers. We're constantly working with them to make sure that we're getting them the volunteers that they need and that we are getting all of their hours and miles recorded. So the best part about this program, well, not just the best, but it's one of the best parts of this program, is that we get third-party in-kind match for grants through volunteer hours and miles. And it amounts to a lot of money. And because it amounts to a lot of money, it is heavily scrutinized by the federal government, which is why we have to work with fiscal a lot and our federal grant coordinators and our biologists. If you have been out on a project with us and we've asked you to fill out a timesheet, it's not easy because they're asking for a lot of information. So my job, Nicole's job, Michelle's job, we're dotting the T's, crossing the I's to make sure that everything looks correct because they are heavily scrutinized and we want to make sure that as much of our volunteers' hours and miles can be used for that third-party in-kind match. And I put the rates that we currently have. So instructors, which are a more technical volunteer, because they also volunteer for our hunter education courses and help us out with education programs. They are $42.99 an hour, which sounds pretty good. And for project volunteers, they're $36.36 an hour. So it does add up to a lot of money. We have a lot of volunteer accounts. That doesn't mean that we have a lot of volunteers on the ground every single day, but we do have a lot of volunteers. We have 2 volunteer databases. So if you're an instructor, you're in a different one than if you are working on projects. And we use volunteers for all sorts of things. They do education programs for us. They gather data. They work on guzzlers. You can see some folks there working on a guzzler. They work on fences, maintenance, winter raptor surveys. Mike Cox's volunteers that are out doing lambing work with the sheep too. They help with cleanups. There's so many things that our volunteers do for us. And if you have been a part of any of our projects in any of the regions, you might recognize some people in these pictures. Larry Johnson is in the cowboy hat there. He's always out on a guzzler. So our volunteer programs are really, really important, and they're also super, super fun, but it is a lot of work between myself, Nicole, and Michelle. Moving on to the other part of my job is our wildlife education section. So these are all of the folks that are a part of the wildlife education team. We have 3 wildlife education coordinators, 2 urban wildlife coordinators, and then we have 7 AmeriCorps members. They are interns for us. It's become a really, really neat program. I put an asterisk there because they're not just for wildlife ed. They help all of Con Ed, and they also get pulled in on volunteer projects. And we try and give them a full circle experience with the department because it is a great opportunity for someone who's trying to get into the field. And we've had great success. We currently have, I think, 6 full-time staff within Con Ed right now that used to be AmeriCorps. 3 are pictured up there, and Michelle from the previous slide also used to be an AmeriCorps for us. And it's great because they're year-long services. So when we're hiring, we've got candidates coming into our pools that have been working for us, doing the job that we're hiring them for a year. Under the wildlife education umbrella, we also have the Oxbow Nature Study Area, which we're going to take a field trip to after this, the Verdi Nature Center, and then the Lake Mead Hatchery and Visitor Center. I put this quote at the bottom, connecting people to wildlife in a positive way, because I do believe that that is kind of our mission as wildlife education. When I was interviewing for this job, I was looking at the website, our old website that we don't talk about anymore. And on the wildlife education page, there wasn't a lot of information there, but there was this quote, connecting people to wildlife in a positive way. And we do try and do that. And it's not just getting people outside and connecting them to wildlife, but also connecting them to us as an agency in a way that they might not have known that we even offer, because they know us for hunting and fishing. I wanted to pull out our urban wildlife coordinators because they do operate a little differently than our wildlife education coordinators. They do a really important job. They take calls and contacts from people who are having wildlife conflicts, or maybe they just saw something weird in their yard and they have to tell someone about it. They're the ones who are taking those calls, they're responding to those emails, and sometimes that means it's a hurt animal, or it's a bat in someone's yard, or something caught in a trap. There was a video that Raquel was in where there was a hawk in an establishment, a business establishment, and she went and got it and helped out. And as we all know, that as Nevada's population keeps growing, our urban areas are expanding into these wildlife areas. So we're really seeing an increase in some of these human-wildlife conflicts. And a big tool that we can use is public education for that. So these folks work really hard to create content for people to learn more about wildlife, learn about what they can do to coexist with wildlife. And as Ashley mentioned earlier, they also moderate our Nextdoor platform, which is a really unique and cool thing. We're kind of the trailblazers with that. We've been on Nextdoor for 3 or so years now. And they do a lot of really interesting posts on there. And it would be really cool if they talked to you about it more, because it's a really cool program. But they can geofence areas. So if they are seeing a lot of areas where bears are getting into garages or what have you, they can create a post about bears and make sure that it gets to that neighborhood instead of Vegas where there are no bears. So they do a lot of that. And they also do classroom programming and public programming. So lots of time out facing the public to talk to people about how to live with wildlife and hopefully mitigate some of this human-wildlife conflict. So our wildlife educators and our urban wildlife people, they work very, very closely together, and they do a ton of stuff. So please know that I'm really only scratching the surface on what they do and what we do together. They do a lot of interpretive programs that focus on connecting people to wildlife and wildlife viewing. So think birding, bat walks, living with wildlife, things of that nature. They also attend a lot of events. We're usually the table with lots of skins on there for people to come up and touch, skins and antlers. We also just piloted a program last year called Grab and Go Kits that's been really successful, and it's a way for people to come into our office. We've curated a package for them to take that's themed. This month's was bats, and then they can take it home and learn about whatever that month's theme is, and it's been very, very popular. And then we also work to create social media posts, especially for those species-specific things. Bat Week was a big project for our urban and wildlife coordinators that they had a lot of fun with. And then I want to highlight something that really needs more time, but I don't have it. So the Nevada Wildlife Discovery Trail is a wildlife viewing specific trail that myself and Bobby Jones and Jess Brooks from Diversity have been working on. We are part of a community of practice with Virginia Tech currently, and we've drafted a 5-year plan. And we're currently creating website pages for that. And I'm being super vague about it because there's a lot more to say about it. But basically, it's a program to work and curate resources to get people to spaces where they can view wildlife and help them do that endeavor. We do a lot of K through 12 programming. This is a big focus for wildlife education. And I'm going to cover our statewide efforts. Just know that there are regional efforts as well that I'm not going to highlight. So some of our statewide efforts here for K through 12 programming is our Nevada Knockout program, which is one of our most popular. It just started. It's like a NCAA bracket, but with animals. And it covers our grades 1st through 12th. Know Your Nevada is our 4th grade program that uses state symbols. We've got our Wildlife Badges program, which currently has 5 badges for students to earn, and we continue to update that and add more. And then there's field trips to various areas. In this area in Reno, a lot of those field trips take place at Oxbow, which we're going to go see. And all of our K through 12 programming is aligned with the Nevada State Academic Content Standards, which is NGSS, if you're familiar. We do have some upcoming pilots coming in the K through 12 realm. We have an urban wildlife program that we are getting into schools this spring. It's called Unpacking Urban Wildlife, and our current goal range is for high school students or that upper elementary. And we also have some wildlife trunks that cover K through 12. There's a birding trunk. Basically, we're going to give teachers everything that they need to bird in their classroom for a set period of time and submit checklists to eBird. And we also have a bat trunk coming out as well. We also do teacher training. All of our wildlife education coordinators, AmeriCorps, and urban wildlife folks are Project Wild facilitators. I am the state coordinator for that program. It's a national program that's been around since the 80s, I think the 80s, that AFWA is a part of, and it's a really fun teacher training. They get continuing ed credits for their teacher certification, and we get to give them some of our knowledge and help them have tools to take their kids outside even in their schoolyard. So using the outdoors as a classroom. So to wrap it all up, all of those programs that I just talked about are funded with funds generated from the Conserve Wildlife license plate. And we use that a lot, and it's a really, really cool thing, and you should totally tell your friends and definitely get one if you don't already have one. And to wrap it all up, I'm just going to give a little bit of a prologue to Oxbow since we're going to go there. But Oxbow Nature Study Area is in downtown Reno. It's right on the Truckee River. We host field trips there, a number of public programs and volunteer projects. And you can see we have some trail cams there that have hit some pretty neat wildlife in that area. But I don't want to take too much of the thunder of going there. But that is what we will be doing next. Oh yes, there's going to be maps to that area up there if you need directions. But if you do put Oxbow Nature Study Area into Google, it'll take you there.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's a lot. Have any questions?
Yeah, any questions? Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Vacy, so the last meeting in Vegas may or may not have been after hours at a brewery, but you were really bragging up your team and how they were going to knock this out of the park, and they certainly delivered today. So I appreciate everything you guys do. It's pretty outstanding. It's clear that you're really innovated in what you're doing. Like, how do we keep that momentum going? I mean, you guys have clearly set the bar really high. You guys consistently win these awards. What's in the future?
It's going to be pretty easy. These guys are super passionate, and they're all wanting to win. And that means winning for conservation.
Yeah.
And they will.
Commissioner McNinch.
I just have a comment, this Take 17, you're talking about what's next. I mean, that's relatively new, and I know that I've got family members that nothing's really resonated with them before, but that did. So you're right. I mean, you diverse messaging and, this broad thing, and you're going to hit people that you never hit before. And, I was trying to get my dad to understand, look, you don't have to run down to the corners, because it's kind of like, well, I really don't want to do that anymore. So I guess I'm just going to have to chill out for the day, and but he saw this 17 and he's like, no, all I got to do is be outside for 17 minutes. So, and so it's working, it works, and it's working on people that nothing's worked on before. I can tell you that. So I think that's really cool that you guys keep your feet moving, and just one little tidbit there that, it does work, and it's hitting people that you haven't hit before. I've seen it in my own personally, so.
Yeah, if anything, COVID taught us is to enjoy the outdoors, right? And kind of fed off that, and some of these ideas came from that we can really encourage people to get engaged and learn about conservation too.
And this wildlife discovery trail, Bobby kind of, hit me with it, a few months ago now, I guess. Just, hey, be ready for this, and stuff like that is a big deal. It's like going out with the fishing, and going to get your, your trout slam and stuff like that. I mean, those things don't sound, I guess, it's hard unless you're doing it. It doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't resonate real hard. But that discovery trail, I think, is going to be a big deal. I think people are it's going to be a draw. It's going to get people out, and they're going to engage in a way, the hikers and the bikers and that group that, as an outdoor recreation agency, and it's going to engage a total different group of people. And I'm kind of excited about it myself. I'm anxious to see what you've got, what you roll out. So.
Well, excellent.
Anybody else? Questions or comments? I guess I have one for Mr. Keller. That you mentioned that Washoe County doesn't have the archery program, and that you could potentially, maybe the commission could do something to help that along.
Yeah, Aaron Keller, statewide outdoor education coordinator, for the record. Yeah, we would love for it to get into Washoe County. We hold the NASP program every year. It's a huge undertaking, but it's a wildly successful program. It's a PE-based program, and it's in every other school district except for Washoe County at this time. We've made some inroads. We have some leads, but they never really come to where it gets approved. In short, what we need is for archery to be on the approved activities for physical education. And that's it. We can take it from there. We can fundraise. We can get the kits. We can do all the stuff. We can do all the teacher trainings. We know how to do that. So we just need some help getting us making those contacts and making it happen. We are hosting the second annual Archery in the Schools program Western Region shoot this year. Last year, or the last 2 years, we've held it at local archery shop. This year, we're going to hold it at the Sheep Show, so at the Wild Sheep Foundation Sheep Show. And so we're hoping we can get some folks there from the Washoe County School District come and observe the state shoot and see what it's about, see just how safe it is, and maybe make it happen for next year. So, yeah, thanks for the question.
Yeah, and I mean, I would think that if we need to write a letter or something, that would be something the commission would absolutely. I don't speak for all of us, but I do. I think we'd be behind that 100%. So.
Yeah, any help would be appreciated.
So is that the issue? Is a safety concern? I know you're diplomatic. That's why I ask in public. So.
Yeah, I believe it falls on risk management, but I just don't know why we can't get it there. It's in a lot bigger school districts than Washoe County. It's in Clark
We had it
County.
when I went to school.
We started it in
High
Clark
school
County,
5
yeah.
years ago. It
Yep.
was there.
So it's very successful in Clark County, and every year we expand in Clark County. We have teachers in Washoe County that are trained, ready to go. We just need to get it on the approved list of activities.
Commissioner Booth.
I would like to compliment you, Chris, for all your conservation efforts. I know I've been involved with many of those programs back in the 80s and 90s. But I also want to, I appreciate the fact that it's a team effort, that you don't take all the glory, that you share it with all your teammates. And that's a compliment to all of you. I do listen to the podcast that Aaron and Ashley have, which is good information for us in the rural areas. Also, a question is the grab and go kits. Are those available for all areas of Nevada, or are they just in the big areas? Rural Nevada have those
Julie's
kits?
nodding her head, yes.
Okay, good.
Yep. 6 offices, 6 different offices.
Okay, so it's available in Humboldt County? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good job.
All right.
Director Janae.
Back to the Washoe County School District situation. Is it on all 16 counties, or the other 16 counties, just not Washoe?
Correct. Okay. And it's in, and I think Aaron alluded to this, but it is one of their accepted PE programs in Clark County. So they have like 3 accepted programs that they can teach, and that is one of them.
Okay.
So in Clark County, it's an accepted PE program.
Okay.
So, for the record, Alan Janae, I just want to acknowledge the effort that these guys took. I gave them a challenge. You heard it called out multiple times about how they had to be so succinct. There's nothing tougher than asking your communicators to be short. And so I asked them, you know, square peg, round hole, asked them to kind of fit into this. They did a good job, but, you know, really want to call them out. You saw a good representation of what they do, and what they are is they're the people that make the department look good. There's so many things that we do that are stellar from all of our divisions, but it's really these people that make it and put it in front of the public. And so this is, you know, these guys, you can see it here just in what they did, but they're really the key piece that keeps us in front of the public, and, you know, to the piece of having a message and continuing to push it. They're the ones that I love it, because it'll be Super Bowl weekend, and, you know, I hear comments from my buddies like, Jesus, would you guys stop with the commercials in the middle of the football game? And I'm like, right on, that's us. And so, yeah, these guys did a great job, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. And they are, it's pretty spectacular when you go to national meetings and you see a state with such small staff come across with such awards. And it's acknowledgement to all of them and to their team approach, but it extends much farther beyond them in the support that it does for the whole rest of the team of Department of Wildlife. So, good job.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you all. And I think as a commission, and I think it's beneficial for the cabs and the public to get these presentations from the different divisions. I really think it is a benefit to see what everybody does. So I appreciate it, and thank you all.
Yeah, we bet. Thanks.
All right, agenda item number 11, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So any public comment in Reno? Okay, seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom? No public comment? All right. Oh, okay.
Hi, this is Lydia Teal with Nevada Bighorns Unlimited. For the record, apologize I couldn't be there in person to give this comment, but I had to leave when you guys broke for lunch. But as you know, NBU is very active in working with the department on all things wildlife and working with a lot of your different projects, but hearing about the decreases of bighorn sheep populations obviously have us thinking as a board and our volunteer base, what can we do? And so we really appreciate Mike Cox coming forward with these proposals for the augmentations and transplants. It gets us very excited. NBU is always very supportive of these type of projects because that really is the core of our mission. But we do have some hard questions to ask. We want to have the discussion, obviously, around the Montanas, and we're just very happy to see this discussion moving forward, and we look forward to being a part of it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? No? All right. So with that, we are going to have a field trip. So we're field trip tour of the Oxbow Nature Study Area. The commission will tour the Oxbow Nature Study Area. Informational presentations may be made at several sites, but no action will be taken by the commission. The public is invited to participate, but will be required to provide their own transportation. The group will depart from the Washoe County Complex, Building A.
Just quickly to add on to that, as mentioned before, there's maps in the back for people that are driving themselves, but if you do type in the Oxbow Nature Area, it should come up, but there'll probably be a pretty good procession of cars leaving here that you can jump in the line and follow behind. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to catch any of the presenters that just presented, and they can fill you in. Thank you.